is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the waste of world of sports is.
Waste to World of Sports, ahoy! How is everybody doing? Super Saturday about to commence, and we are about to find out a little bit more about the finals coming up. This game has a lot of implications on the next one, because if the Warriors win, they go back into third spot, and I dare say Ivan Cleary will rest a lot of players. Well, not rest them because he's already announced his squad, but I reckon he will pull them out of the starting lineup and put them on the reserves bench. But the Dolphins are a red-hot chance here because, as I can see discussed in the chat room there, Stephanie, Stay Funny Steph, and Will have brought up a very, very key point for today's game. The Warriors are resting about 64 players out of their regular starting squad. Much has been the theme of the weekend so far, hasn't it? But anyways, it should be a good game regardless. I would have the Dolphins as ever so slight favourites based on the number of players that the Warriors are resting. Fonua-Blake, out. Nicoll-Klokstad, out. Watene-Zelezniak, out. Jackson Ford, out. Luke Metcalf is actually not being rested. He is injured and his season is over. Shaun Johnson being rested. Tohu Harris, Wayde Egan. It is a very new look spine for the Warriors. And it's going to be difficult for them to overcome. Here at Suncorp, the Dolphins, a disappointing end to the season for them. They'll be looking to go out on a high. And I've got them as just ever so slight favourites in this one. Although a victory to the Warriors would not really shock me as well, despite all the outs. How are we doing out there, Wasted World of Sports? Thank you for joining me nice and early for the first game. I don't usually make the first game myself, to be perfectly honest with you all. I'm quite often on Struggle Street because people have a tendency to keep me up all hours of the night on Discord, talking conspiracy theories and whatnot. I won't mention any names. James. Jason. Just 5 minutes, Dan. Just 5 minutes chat. Then get me on a topic that I can go for hours discussing. But anyways, before we get too far into it, a little bit of housekeeping. A big thank you to the Wasted World of Sports All-Stars squad. Jason Bourne, Justo the Orchestrator, Who's Your Caddy, Will, Kelly, Mr. Ed's Dead, The Knee Crumbler, Robert M, Shack of Hearts, Farsi, Gamer Mel, Aussie Mozzie, Obi, Vobsy, Andrew O'Grady, and Arcade Angel. Thank you very much for your ongoing support of the channel here. It's very much appreciated. Not expected, but very much appreciated, as I always say. Mel, ahoy there. Welcome along. How are your boys going to go today, Mel? Puzzled302 asks over there on Twitch, how many games are on tonight? 3. Back to back to back. Dolphins versus Warriors first, followed by Penrith versus the Cowboys, which has some huge implications for the finals. And then rounding out the night, the Dragons versus the Knights. A game that I would not normally be particularly interested in, especially because the Dragons have nothing left to play for but pride, and the Knights have already secured their final spot. So, not a whole lot to play for either team. I normally wouldn't cover it, but for the fact that I made a bold prediction the other week and predicted that the Dragons would finish their season on a high and win that game. But looking forward to it. It should be a decent afternoon. It's going to be hard to top last night, though. Last night was an absolute cracker, wasn't it? What a great night that was. The Rabbitohs, of course, officially dumped out of the top 8 by the Roosters last night, by the Roosters last night. And that is season over for the Rabbitohs there. And who would have thought that 11 weeks ago? Well, me, for starters. No, though, to be honest, I didn't think that they would get dumped out of the top 8. I predicted that they were no premiership threat. I wasn't expecting them to be mercilessly dumped out of the top 8. Stephanie, stay funny, Steph says, ahoy, Dan. Ahoy there, Steph. Mel says, probably lose, to be honest. 7 players out, so to be expected. Doesn't really matter at all. No, it really doesn't matter at all. But I tell you who is watching this game with bated breath, and it is the Penrith Panthers, because if the Dolphins do get the win, Panthers will be going all out for that top spot on the ladder. And you know what that means, Mel? The Warriors will have quite the unenviable task of travelling to Penrith in week 1 of the finals. Not a situation that anybody really wants to be in. McKid King, ahoy. How are you doing there, mate? We are counting down to kickoff here. Not long. Kickoff in the first game of a big afternoon of rugby league action with a lot of finals implications. 4 minutes away, in fact. 4 minutes till kickoff. Can the Warriors do the impossible? Let's have a look at my same game multi. Same game multi for today. I've gone with 3 legs. I usually go 4, but 3 was paying out good enough for me to go for it. Rocco Berry, Josh Curran, and Jermaine Osako, anytime try scorers. Roughly 4 minutes till kickoff. Let's go Dolphins, says McKid King. I would like to see it happen. To be honest, not only do the Dolphins deserve to go out on a high, but I really, really want to see week 1 of the finals, that clash of full-strength Brisbane Broncos versus a full-strength Melbourne Storm, because this week when they played, let's face it, both teams were under strength. And actually, one of the benefits, Mel, I suppose, of coming up against the Panthers in week 1 of the finals, as opposed to, say, the Broncos. Well, actually, it wouldn't be the Broncos, would it? Yes, it would be. Potentially. The Warriors were even going to end up against the Panthers or the Broncos, one way or the other. Shane Stratford, ahoy there, mate. Go Dolphins. Let's go Dolphins. Let's go Dolphins. Okay, a little bit too much now, Shane. Oh, here they come. The teams are coming out onto the field. So what was I saying, Mel? The benefit of facing the Panthers in week 1 of the finals, which means if you win, what a bonus, right? But win or lose, it gets the Warriors on the opposite side of the draw. So no matter what happens, win in week 1 or lose, they will not come up against the Panthers again until the grand final, should it happen. So that's the plus side I see for the Warriors. It is an interesting strategy, though, isn't it? The teams may be purposely trying to manipulate the table a little bit to get a more favourable finals draw. But it's also smart, isn't it? It's very smart. Why wouldn't you do that if you've got that option available to you? As the Dolphins run out now onto their home crowd. Mel says half our New South Wales Cup team in this squad. It's been the way it's been this weekend, hasn't it? For the top four. The top four teams, of course, have earned the right to rest players. Ready to get underway in this one. Dolphins, Warriors. I think anybody would like to prefer to play the Broncos in week one. I mean, let's be honest. Nobody wants to go to Penrith and face the Panthers at the moment in week one of the finals. Thank you very much for joining me here for the early game. As I said, I don't usually make this game myself. And we are underway. Sutton blows his whistle. And you know, we're going to be in for an interesting day when Sutton is operating things. This game gets underway. Dolphins with first use of it. And the Dolphins win a penalty on tackle 1. And that is not exactly a dream start here for the Warriors. Now that's a loose carry, surely. I think that's a harsh penalty gone against the Warriors there. An illegal steal has been called. That just looked like a run-of-the-mill loose carry to me. Up towards the halfway line now go the Dolphins. Oh my God, Wayne Bennett looks half asleep. Mark, my worst boss, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? The big circus starting next week. I can't wait for it. As the Dolphins go wide early and they've created some space. Great cover tackle by Rocco Berry. Rocco Berry in the try scorer multi today. The only reason Michelle doesn't care, Will, is because she knows I'm right and just can't admit it. Kafusi, who said Kafusi first try scorer? He was charging for the line there. Dolphins with the grubber kick through. Volkman taps it over the dead ball line. And that is the perfect start for the home team. The Dolphins. What a start. Wayne Bennett doing a Joe Biden, says my worst boss. He was completely zoned out, wasn't he? Uncle Wayne up there in the coach's box. The Warriors go short. It is a great short dropout. And it gets a result. Oh, they're pumped up now, the Warriors. Jermaine Asako couldn't hold on to it. You don't see it very often, but a short dropout has yielded a big result. Scrum down for the Warriors. James Jason, ahoy there, mate. Mel's got Dylan Walker scoring a try. You never know. Hey, you absolutely do never know. That is correct. A mixed bag early on here for the Warriors. Giving away the penalty on the very first tackle of the game. But then a great short dropout gets a result for them. And they can bring it away from their own end now. Up towards halfway. Viking King, ahoy there, mate. Both teams do look really pumped up, don't they? It was a perfect start to the game for the Dolphins, aside from not scoring a try. Then it would have been absolutely 11 out of 10. Volkman puts the kick through. It's going to be very interesting to see how he goes, filling in for the rested Shaun Johnson. The finals in week one as it stands. Broncos versus Storm, Panthers versus Warriors, Knights versus Raiders, Sharks versus Roosters. That is, of course, all going to change And it could change as early as this result here. Big hit out in midfield. Kosi, and it forces the error. And now, Rocco, is that Rocco Berry? Go, Rocco, go! Oh, and he's taken 30 out. Warriors ball, they've just suddenly just lifted after that penalty in the first tackle. And this game, despite all the rested players for the Warriors, could be a very, very close one indeed. Ten metres out from the line now, in front of the posts on tackle 2. They go left. Speak of the devil, there is Josh Curran backing into the defence. He's got his pants pulled down. Unlike James Tedesco, he's got a lot of protection under there for getting pantsed. Now some space out to the left. Montoya, a try-scoring machine, stepping back in field. But he's taken a metre short. This is good stuff from the Warriors. Curran is over the line. Josh Curran, is he held up? He's held up. Oh, there's one of our try scorers, and he hasn't quite got there. It's going up as no try. He's letting everyone know he was held up. Oh, but that was so close to a dream start for the multi. And he's lost the ball, maybe even, perhaps. Yes, he has. He's dropped the ball. That's why. I've got some bad news for you, Viking. I've got some terrible news for you about that first try scorer prediction. James Jason Bourne, same game multi as Asako, Fido, Montoya, unders, and Dolphins 1-12. That's not a bad one. That is a red hot chance. Dolphins win the scrum, but they're driven backwards in the tackle. Don't put the mocker on it. Oh, I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to put the mocker on my own. Dolphins bringing it out of territory. This has been a chaotic start to this match. 6 minutes gone already. It feels like they've only really gone through a couple of sets each. A very frantic pace to start this one. Oh, that's a loose, sloppy play of the ball. And it's going to be Warriors ball. Inside Dolphin territory. Mark Nichols. He's gone and goofed that up. And the Warriors will once again have a full set of 6 here. Inside Dolphins territory. 3 errors for the Dolphins already. This game is barely 7 minutes old. It's not 7 minutes old. It's barely 6 minutes old. And they've made 3 errors. That is unforgivable. After such a solid opening set, 3 mistakes from the Dolphins. 6 again now for the Warriors. Offload, keeping the ball alive. It's still not tackle 1. They find themselves 20 out. Big bad Bunty Afoa. Hair and all, charging forward. This pressure has got to give. Got to give. Volkman finds the inside runner near Corey. 6 again. Oh, they have to break here. The Dolphins, you suspect. Surely. The cutout pass is intercepted and Asako's away. Jermaine Asako, 1-on-1 with Pompey. Pompey can't take him down. He holds on to him just long enough for support to come across. But why didn't Asako just... Oh, why didn't he put the foot to the pedal there? He could have been away. And the Warriors have given up a prime opportunity there. As the ball spills out the back, play on, says the referee. And here go the Dolphins down the left-hand side. Bostock Has he managed to plant this down? This game is just impossible to keep up with at the moment. End-to-end stuff. But it looks like the Dolphins have struck first. Bostock in the corner. Oh, for the love of God, why didn't Asako just put his foot down? He was too worried about playing silly buggers with Pompey. He was looking behind him. You can't run at full pace if you've got your head turned looking behind you. I'm assuming. I'm not a sprinter. But I'm gathering it would be difficult. He needed to forget what was going on behind him and just concentrate on running. Great finish there from Bostock. And it is the Dolphins up 4 points to zip early. A frantically paced game. And a try inside the first 10 minutes. 4 points to nil. Dolphins kick to come. Yes, Marcelo Montoya is playing. James Jason says, can we all agree Asako is one of the, if not the best winger in the competition? He will be tonight if he scores a try. Vobsy, ahoy mate. I would have been much more inclined to answer yes with way more authority had he just put his head down and run and scored that intercept try. Oh, wait just a minute. Rob G, ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. Wait just a minute. Oh, has Jack Bostock gone and goofed up here? Or are we looking at this knock on? Okay, it's got nothing to do with Bostock. It's play on at this point. I better take that away because nobody's goofed up. It's play on at this point. Bostock down the sideline now. Are they suggesting that perhaps Bostock has not grounded it? He has leapt outside the field of play and plants it down. That is a try. I don't understand what we're even looking at. I can only assume that we were going back and looking at that potential knock-on. That's all I can think that they were going back for there. Try confirmed. 4 points to nil to the Dolphins. But everybody was just ever so slightly concerned there for a moment. It's not very often that those go up. And usually when they go up like that, you expect them to get overturned. Try stands, though. And Asako from the sideline to convert. Strikes it well. It's hooking back. And it is straight through the middle. And Asako makes it 6-0 in favour of the Dolphins. A solid conversion attempt there. $6-0. The Dolphins up. The Dolphins looking to finish the season on a high. Who threw the pass? That was Tessie New. The ball spilt out the back. Tessie New picked it up. Stepped a man, drew in the fullback, threw the pass over to Bostock, and Bostock scored in the corner. McKidd King says it's going to be 0-0 at half-time. What an interesting time to make that prediction after 6 points had just been scored. Dolphins now playing with a lot of enthusiasm. It's amazing what a try can do, right? And they have just gone up a gear. Can the Warriors stick with them? Tackle 4 inside enemy territory. Bromwich with a big run. 5th and last. 30 out from the Warriors line. 40 out, in fact. Puts the ball high. Has the chase. The chase is good. Montoya is swamped as soon as he catches it. Yeah, I've been kind of the same, Mel. I wouldn't say that I've supported the Dolphins necessarily, but I certainly haven't minded them winning and doing well for that period of time. It was always going to be a test in their first season because they barely, let's not forget, this Dolphins team barely got a squad together. So injuries and depth was always going to be their problem later in the season, and it's exactly what happened. Exactly what transpired. The depth finally caught up to them. And, it was just a little bit too much, even for a Wayne Bennett coach team. From inside the 40, it's out on the full, and that is a big mistake that just invites the Dolphins back down into Warriors territory. Ronald Volkman is filling in for Shaun Johnson today, and a very mixed bag early on. Rob G, are you Kiwi or Aussie, mate? So Australian-born with Kiwi connections through family. But yes, very much Australian-born and raised, but also big All Blacks supporter because I spent a lot of my childhood with my grandmother on that side of the family, and into rugby and into the All Blacks because of that. Dolphins ball here, though, on the attack. 5 meters out from the line, a couple of tackles up their sleeve. O'Sullivan in midfield to Bromwich. Bromwich with the cutout pass to New. Tessie New beats one, almost goes through. Just taken down by Rocco Berry. 5th and last now. O'Sullivan with the crossfield kick. It's a shocker of a kick. Asako taps it back where the Warriors are waiting, and they make the tackle. Stephanie, stay funny. Steph says Dolphins were/are my second team until I met Will and Mel. Now so confused. I don't understand. You don't want the Dolphins to be your second team because you met, or is it because you met Will and Mel, so now you want to go for Will and Mel's teams as well? I'm getting confused very easily this weekend. I should lay off the beers. Nah. I'll be right. As the Warriors finally complete a set and get their kick away, the Dolphins players losing their pants a lot today. Now here's Asako. Can he get into space? No, he can't. In fact, the ball's stripped loose. Now, if the first tackle was a penalty, I don't understand why that one wasn't a penalty. Maybe that was a square up for that first call. And the Warriors have it back. Well, as we all know, the Panthers are my second team because that's who my dad goes for. Now the Warriors through the hands, almost creating some space. Attacking down the right. Big Bad Bunty. Oh, that's his name now. Big Bad Bunty Afoa. Volkman with a kick through for himself, needing to set up. The hammer at the back. He hasn't played at it, but he has been shoved into it. And that was better stuff from Volkman. maybe, potentially just a little too heavy on this kick, but that was a much better outcome. Rob G says Asako must be winger of the year, surely, and close to buy of the year. Great finisher and very good goal kicker, but still up the mighty wires. Well, there you go. James Jason was just talking about that earlier in the chat room as well, about Asako being winger of the year. Panthers are currently my favourite team as they will get the Roosters into the top 8. Vobsy, the Sharks could get the... Oh, no. They play the Raiders. They're going to lose. I forgot. Never mind. Never mind. The Sharks have not beaten the Raiders, as I said last night, in the last 9 or 10 attempts. I can't see any reason why that changes. Fifth and last now, the Dolphins. 20 out. Nikorima puts the high ball up. The kicks are just not deep enough at the moment for the Dolphins, although Bostock gets away. Support everywhere, and somehow the Dolphins have nearly messed it up. Sean O'Sullivan fires the pass out. And, oh, don't tell me that they've gone and screwed this up. Tessie knew. They had to score there, the Dolphins. It was 13-on-1 at one stage there. I can't believe that they have not scored, and that is a big, big, big goof up by everybody. Every single player in the Dolphins squad has gone and goofed up there. A try has gone begging. The ultimate missed opportunity. They had 3 or 4 chances to score this, and somehow they've gone and messed it up. Lionheart, ahoy there. I give Asako the nod, personally, just because he's a more all-round player. Watene-Zelezniak, no doubt, having a very good year. But, yes, I'm afraid I'm giving the nod to Asako on that one. Stephanie Stay Funny Steph says, in response to Mel's question of what will happen if the Bronx and Waz play off. Steph says, I'm not sure I can say that here, Mel. Has Will left the chat? Ah, that means she's going for the Warriors. That's what that means. Tuare runs upfield, and he has his pants pulled down. What's going on with the elastics on the Dolphins' pants? 6 again for the Dolphins. Although you'd have to have very little faith that they actually score based on what... I can't believe they completely messed up that try. They're going to give it a red-hot shot, though. Katoa steps through a couple and is taken down on the 0 tackle. 20 out, another 6 again. It's still 0 tackle, and Nichols in front of the posts on tackle 1, 15 out. Dolphins, O'Sullivan to the line. It's popped out the back. It's scrappy. Tabuai Fado in midfield. It's another scrappy pass over to Tuare, and he's taken 10 out. The hammer down the short side to Bromwich. And they're just a little bit off the pace here, the Dolphins. When they get into range, they seem to be a little bit clueless as to what to do. Nichols, dummies, goes on his own. Tackle 4, still 10 out. O'Sullivan pops it out, and Volkman goes for the intercept. It doesn't matter. It's been knocked on from the play, the ball. And it's just not... Suddenly, it's just all fallen to pieces here for the Dolphins. Whenever they get into that 10-meter zone on attack, it just seems to fall apart. Wayne Bennett has still got that look on his face. Somebody hit Wayne Bennett's reset button. The Wayne Bennett clone is malfunctioning. Right behind the ear, it should be. Right behind the ear, it should be a reset button. His handler just needs to go and give it a press. Somebody reset Wayne. Warriors off the hook again. This could very easily have been 12, 18-0. The Dolphins are making meters at will. But then, whether it's panic or what, as soon as they get inside that attacking 10-meter range, it just all falls apart for them. Fifth and last now for the Warriors. Stuck in their own half here. Volkman puts it high. Not going anywhere near the sideline this time, Volkman. The hammer shrugs off Berry, but Berry comes back at him. Seems off the pace a little bit today, Tuaupiki. Just a gear or two down from where he usually is. Bostock, the try scorer. And they are just chewing up meters here. The Dolphins, again, will be into Warriors territory. Through the hands, down the right. Kaufusi goes through a big gap. One to beat. Kaufusi gets through, but he's done enough to slow him down at the back there. And that is the fifth and last. Here they go inside the 10 again. Tuaupiki fires a loose pass across. Nikorima grabs at it and knocks it on. No, backwards, the call. Now it's tapped back by the Warriors. Does it sit up for Bostock? It doesn't, but the Warriors have been forced to take this over the sideline. And once again, the Dolphins, when they get down into this attacking zone, just completely lose their heads. They've come away with a result this time, but geez, it was scrappy. Now they've got 6 tackles at it here. 10 out in front of the post. Nichols with the first hit up. Crash ball just to the right of the goalpost. And scrappy again inside the danger zone. The dropped ball out the back from Bromwich. They recover and bring it back in midfield. O'Sullivan will play it. Still 10 out. Kenny Bromwich again. This time he holds on to the ball. But they've wasted a few tackles here. And another loose pass that's bouncing. It's picked up on the bounce. And picked up well. But this is just wasting tackles. O'Sullivan to Wallace this time. Fifth and last, and this has been a nothing set of 6 from the Dolphins thus far. O'Sullivan dummies and goes straight through. Shaun O'Sullivan will score. He said, enough of this passing bollocks, since it's not working out for us anyway. And Shaun O'Sullivan just goes through. Shack of Hearts, so who he made. Shack of Hearts says, poor old Dolphins offense seems to self-destruct when they get to the 20. Yes, indeed. That's what I was just talking about. It's hard to watch. You've got to wonder what's happening. Every time they get down here, they're making meters at will every set. And then they get down into this zone and they have no idea what to do. Shaun O'Sullivan has said, leave it to me, lads. Let's put the passing on the back burner and I'll just dummy and go through the gap myself. 16 minutes to go till the halftime break. 10 points to 0. The Dolphins are up. Rob G says, New Zealand Warriors till I die. Well, look, the Warriors are in the top 4 regardless of this result, aren't they? So the Dolphins playing for some pride in front of their home fans, looking to finish the season on a high. A lot of players being rested. Asako converts. 2 from 2 for him. 12 points to zip. The Dolphins. They've done their best, the Dolphins, to not score, but they've gone and done it. $15 to go till halftime. I'm doing the Mr. Beans. Doing the Mr. Beans to try and stay awake here. Yes, indeed, Shack of Hearts. Luke Metcalf injured himself the other week. I think I was actually covering that game too when it happened, if I'm not mistaken. Well, James Jason, I got the Dragons at a very, very good price. Very good price, because I picked it last week. So I just waited for the odds to come out, and I just jumped straight on it. Now Nikorima dummies and goes through. Kafusi's been held back. Support on the inside. Katoa doesn't have the pace, but the Dolphins once again chew up the meters. Front foot ball, O'Sullivan. He dummies and goes on his own again. Pops the pass back out. The Hammer's got it in midfield to Kafusi. Tavare back to the Hammer. Back into midfield. Side to side stuff. Risky pass across field to Lemu. Quick play the ball. It's the 5th and last. Do they realise it's the 5th and last? Yes, they do. Inside pass and Katoa straight through, and the Dolphins score again. And that was a little bit better. There were still moments of panic, still moments of cluelessness, but this time it's paid off. They found the winning pass at the end. 3 tries and not one single Asako. Henley Pemble, ahoy there, mate. Welcome along. Rob G meant New Zealand Warriors Till I Die Facebook page blocked me this week because I predicted the boys to lose and Volkman to have a bit of stage fright as well. So they blocked you for being correct so far. See, that's unfair. That's unfair. It's unfair to get blocked for having an opinion. People disagree with me all the time. Doesn't bother me. Everyone's entitled to an opinion. Viking Axe says, tip Roosters last night, Dan. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Asako looking for 3 from 3. Gets it. 18 points to 0. The Dolphins are up. And that scoreline now is looking a little bit more like the domination of the statistics suggests. Obi, ahoy there, mate. Come on, Warriors, step it up. It's all right, Obi. Warriors resting half their team. They're in the top 4 regardless. Lionheart Warriors have been the comeback kings this year, so fingers crossed. Well, there you go. Remember that comeback against the Sharks? I mean, it was only the Sharks, but still, impressive comeback. What was that, 30 points? 30-plus points? That was with a full-strength squad, though. Let's not forget that. Yes, I think quite honestly, I think the Warriors signaled their intent with this game once the squad was announced. I mean, in all honesty, No Fonua-Blake, no Nicoll-Klokstad, no Watene-Zelezniak, no Jackson Ford, no Shaun Johnson, no Tohu Harris, no Wayde Egan. That pretty much signaled their intent that this game really didn't matter. Henley Pemble says, bro, top afternoon, watching the game. It's a great day, isn't it? Last night was fantastic. We are at the business end of the season. 3 games of footy on. The Rugby World Cup starting next week. I mean, it's just a great time to be alive right now, isn't it? They needed a rest, Vopsy, in my opinion. They absolutely needed a rest. The Warriors. Some of those players really, really needed the week off. $11 minutes to go till the break. 18 points to 0 in favour of the home team. Volkman takes on the defence. Oh, it wasn't Volkman. Okay, that's why it looked so good, I suppose. 6 again. Six again for the Warriors. A big charge in midfield for Nicoll-Klokstad. Well, I'm fairly certain the referee calls 6 again. I think somebody forgot to tell the TV graphics department. Barnett in midfield. 5th and last. Volkman with the kick. Volkman places it perfectly. Has he reached around and scored here? Volkman, he's unsure. It's gone up as no try. He's given it a red-hot go, Volkman, but he might have bounced this one. BFTA vibes. NZ, the Warriors better pull something out of their behind. Volkman's starting to ease on into the game now. A mixed bag so far. Nicoll-Klokstad just a little bit too casual. A little too casual there, Nicoll-Klokstad, and lucky for him. Very lucky for Nicoll-Klokstad. Volkman has bounced it. But that was just a little bit too casual there from Nicoll-Klokstad. Yeah, somebody was saying earlier on that the Volkman is like absolutely killing it in the New South Wales Cup. But it happens, a little bit of stage fright. The young fellas come up, get a go, they get a gig in the main squad, and yeah, you could suffer a little bit of stage fright. A touch there from the Warriors. It'll be 6 again for the Dolphins here on halfway. McKid King says score prediction 32-14. That's not good news. Hang on, who had unders? James Jason, I think. That might not be good news for the unders. O'Sullivan again to the line. Nicoll-Klokstad inside to Kosi. Cutting back on the angle. Kosi plays it. 30 out. Bromwich to O'Sullivan. The crash ball is the option this time, and Lemu has taken 20 out. Oh, absolutely, Shack of Hearts. Even though it's Father's Day, I'm sure my dad will understand. Hey, I might even get him around. Father's Day, watching the footy with the old Panther, even though his team's not involved. The hammer. Dummies goes on his own. Now offloads to Tessie New. New trying to break away from Kosi. Can't. Kosi gets some support there in the tackle from Berry. It's the 5th and last Dolphins. 15 out. Crossfield kick from O'Sullivan. How's the chase? The chase coming through from Osako. He's bumped off the ball, but no escort penalty. And the Warriors come away with it. 8.5 to go till halftime. $18 points to 0. Rob G says, my score prediction, 30-12. So we've got McKid King, 32-14. Rob G, 30 20-12. Martin with the high ball. The hammer at the back. Is it just me, or does the hammer really seem to be playing within himself? He seems a gear or two down on his usual pace. Penalty to the Dolphins. The Warriors up in front of the kicker there. Yeah, it looks like, if Vobsy says it looks like he's holding back a bit. It really does. Why couldn't he have played like this at Origin, huh? Viking Axe changing my tip. Of course you are. It wouldn't be a Viking Axe moment in the chat without you changing your tip back and forth. Playing cheeky buggers there in the chat. Oh, Tuares put on the pace. And he beats one. He's taken down by Curran at the back. The hammer feeds it on. Another scrappy pass. It bounces up for O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan dummies and goes on his own, and the mistake is forced. And the Dolphins lose their heads again in the attacking zone. I've never seen anything quite like it. The Dolphins are just leaving points out there. Six minutes to go until the halftime break. 66% possession in favor of the Dolphins. 7 line breaks to none. 18 missed tackles from the Warriors. And all in all, that explains the scoreline, which could have been so much more. Could have been, probably should have been, to be honest. The Dolphins have left a lot of points out there, I believe. Can the Warriors hit back before the halftime break? Ivan Cleary will definitely be, at this stage, definitely be running out his best available squad, because the Panthers can see the minor premiership and they can see a week 1 final at home against the Warriors. It is well within their grasp at the moment. A full half of footy to go, though, as Volkman puts it high on the halfway line. Bostock gets up and takes it. Stephanie, stay funny. Steph says, hey, Dan or Will, how many games in Queensland did the Broncos have this year? About 42, I think. Last count. By the way, for those of you who are new, I may be slightly prone to exaggeration every now and then. Just a little bit. Dolphins keep the ball alive. They played their normal home games in Queensland. That is the most political response ever. I love it. Have you ever thought about being a politician, Will, with an answer like that? Because honestly, that is way better than Michelle's response. Michelle's response is, they had the same amount of home games as everybody else. And I'm like, yeah, but where were their away games played? That's the point. I'm not arguing home and away games. I'm saying a lot of their away games were at Suncorp or at the Gabba or at the Sunshine Coast. They had the same amount of home games as everybody else. Of course they did. It's just that their away games were... What part of this are you not processing? But anyway, much better answer than hers is. Three minutes to go till a break here. Oh, what's this? Steph's jumping on a plane soon. Oh, well, it's not a very long flight, though, is it? I mean, still safe travels, obviously, yes, as is being said in the chat. Inside pass. Oh, they've destroyed the Warriors up the middle again, and falling over his own feet is Max Plath. And the Dolphins have left another one out there. Fifth and last. Caught with the ball. Nikorima's got it now. It's still the fifth. Nikorima beats one, beats two. Pops it back, and Curran is there to intercept it. And that, honestly, is another try that's been left out there by the Dolphins. Max Plath, he fell over his own feet. All he needed to do was run over the try line. He was unmarked, and he's tripped over his own shoelaces. I can't believe it. Incredible scenes. The amount of tries that the Dolphins have left out there is unbelievable. As the Warriors finally, they break through into Dolphins territory, but unfortunately it's on the fifth tackle, and Volkman kicks from the 40, puts it high. No pressure at the back on Bostock. Fires the pass across to the Hammer, and the Hammer, that's a little bit more like it from the Hammer. He's still not putting the foot down, though, is he? But that's a scary thought, that he was running at half pace there and still blitzing a lot of guys on the outside. To the other side of the field they go. Nikorima's through. He's got Asako. Asako puts the head down and goes for the corner, and Asako will score. Jermaine Asako scores, and there is a leg of the multi done before the half. Thank Christ for that. And the Dolphins are up 22-0. Jermaine Asako, he put his head down that time, and he took on Josh Curran. But this is some scary vision here. The Hammer not even running at full pace, and he is just blitzing guys on the outside. What's happening in the chat? We've got a punch on, says Will. A punch on in the chat. Viking Ace is down for the count. Lionheart says Warriors will eat some sensu beans at halftime and make a strong comeback. To be perfectly honest, some nose beers probably wouldn't go astray either. Some Cameron Munster juice. The halftime siren sounds. Jermaine Asako to line up the conversion of his own try. Just think about what this halftime scoreline could have been. Could have been. Because the Dolphins really did leave quite a few tries out there on the field during that first half. This will be the last play of the half, this conversion. We need the Warriors to have a big second half because the only two... Oh, here we go. Asako moves in, strikes it. He's hooked that one way across the face of the posts. 22-0 it remains at halftime in favor of the Dolphins. Yes, we need the Warriors to have a big second half because we need Rocco Berry and Josh Curran to get themselves over the try line. Oh, can you imagine? Josh Curran was over the line early in the first half. He was held up. It would also transpired that he knocked the ball on, but he was held up. Imagine if he got over and then Asako scores on the stroke of halftime there, and we've got 40 minutes just for Rocco Berry. Yeah, Josh Curran's the big mullet guy with the headgear in the number 11, second rower. Wow, that was a pretty frantic first half. The Dolphins, I don't think I've ever seen a team leave so many points out there on the field. in one half of footy. They blew so many chances. Viking Axe says, Dan, I think the NRL 18th team should emerge. Team Sharks plus Tigers equals Tiger Shark. Based out of where? All right, Waste to World of Sports halftime here. I'm going to have myself a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dissect some of that first half action and what might happen in the second stanza. But we have a huge afternoon of footy action coming up right after this. The Penrith Panthers. The Panthers will be smiling from ear to ear right about now, because they are looking likely to have the minor premiership all to play for, and a potential showdown with the Warriors awaiting in week 1 of the finals. It's looking likely. The Dolphins getting the job done so far. We'll see what happens in the second half. Thank you so much for joining me nice and early for the first game. As I said, I don't usually make the first game myself. It's usually a little bit too early in the day for me. But we'll see what the second half brings. Can the Warriors put on at least 2 tries? At least 2 tries would be nice. I would like to see a try for Josh Curran and a try for Rocco Berry. And if that's all they get, then that's fine. But let's get my multi up. It's about time a same-game multi got up. That's my line of thinking. All right. Anyways, I'll have that break. I'll be right back after this. Wasted World of Sports, ahoy, how are we doing? Halftime here. 22 points to nil in favour of the Dolphins. I thought the Dolphins would win on account of the number of stars that the Warriors are resting, but I didn't expect it to be a massacre, as my same-game multi-prediction probably suggests. I was expecting it to be a little bit closer. Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. Who has gone for the Dolphins? How many have gone for the Warriors? Let's try and suss that out. Bobsy says, Dan, to be fair, Webster might actually want to verse the Panthers in the first week. He would know a crap ton about them. And the other thing that I said earlier as well, Bobsy, I'm not sure if you were there for it or not, but I was suggesting the benefit of playing the Panthers in week 1 of the finals is that regardless of the result, you then get yourself away from the Panthers until grand final time. So should they meet again, it would be in the grand final. So, quite a few people inside the top 10 have gone for the Warriors, including Aussie Rob, Robert M, which is fantastic news for me, because I'm about to overtake you again, Robert M. Can I sneak back into the top? I might be able to sneak back into the top 10. On this result. Intriguing. But yes, there are certainly benefits to coming up against the Panthers in week 1. You're going to have to face them at some stage anyway. Well, potentially. I'm assuming that they're going to go all the way, so that's the theory. I just thought that that might have been better for the Warriors to come up against the Broncos, because I've been to, it might be different in the rugby league, I'm not sure, but I've been to quite a few Queensland Reds versus Crusaders Super Rugby games. Reds versus Crusaders, Reds versus the Hurricanes, and it could just be that it's rugby union. I'm not sure what the league is like, but it's almost a home game sometimes for the Kiwi teams there at Suncorp. A lot of expats here in Brisbane, of course. So Reece Walsh would get hammered. Well, you love to see that. You love to see it. Will says, I tipped against all top 3 sides. Well, I'm tipping Panthers now for certain. I was on the Cowboys pretty much all week long because I suspected that that they would have nothing to play for in this game, the Panthers. But yeah, I'll definitely be on the Panthers in the next game. Coming up right after this one, Mel says, the Canes, my team. A Wellington girl. Well, there you go. I go for the Crusaders myself. The Crusaders and the Chiefs are my second team. Oh, but they'll be coming for the home final against the Warriors, as opposed to if they lose. I don't think you want to be coming up against the Storm, a full-strength Melbourne Storm in week 1 of the finals. No offense, Warriors, but I know who I'm choosing if I've got the choice. Absolutely no offense intended, but it's a very obvious call, in my opinion. And if the Warriors drop this one, that's exactly what will happen. They will stay in 4th spot. A Panthers win would elevate them to 1st. And it would be Panthers hosting the Warriors in week 1 of the finals. And actually, I think that the minor premiership is worth 200k this year, if I'm not mistaken. Which, I mean, 100k insignificant. An extra 100k insignificant to the top clubs, but I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure it is. There's that extra. What the NRL thought was an extra little bit of incentive. Oh, we'll double the prize money. $200,000 to any of those top 4 clubs is probably pretty worthless. I would dare say that maybe 200k out of the top 4 would mean most to the Warriors. Just a guess. But yeah, the Broncos and the Panthers, 200k, they probably make that in a couple of hours on the pokies at their leagues clubs. You know? Yeah, it is really a pittance, the prize money for the minor premiership. Anyway, second half about to get underway. And it is the Dolphins kicking off. They left a lot of points out there in that first half. 22 points to 0. The Warriors, they signaled their intent in this game when they rested all those players. So I don't think the comeback's on. It would be nice to see them score a couple of tries, though, and it would be nice if those tries were through Curran and Berry. 5th and last, Warriors. They complete their first set. Volkman gets the kick away. Bostock's down there to take it. They've been targeting his wing with those kicks, and he's been doing a fine job thus far. Bostock. It's very difficult to get too excited about this second half at the moment because it's been all Dolphins. The scoreline could have been so much worse. For the understrength New Zealand Warriors. Through the hands of Kosi in midfield. Put the bumpers up, but can't get through. 5th and last. That was a solid defensive set. And a good start to the second half for the Warriors. They might have got a little bit of a rocket in the sheds. Montoya. Up to halfway. Vopsy needs the Warriors to score first. Anyone in particular, or just the Warriors in general? Well, here they go into Dolphin territory on tackle 4. They'll be in range. Tuaupiki goes through. And they win a penalty here for an early tackle. It's going to be a full set of 6, and they're well and truly in with a shot here. Tackled without the ball. They will have a full set of 6 now to be the first try scorer in the second half. It'll be the perfect start for them to the second 40. Yeah, preferably Curran or Barrett. Thank you, Vopsy. Thank you. Yes, I agree, preferably. But here they go. Tackle 2 in front of the post. Tom Ali. Don't really know what his name is. There's Josh Curran cutting back inside, but he's taken down. 5 out from the line. Here they go to the right. Volkman tries to get on the outside, fires it across to Berry. Berry's got nowhere to go. Well, both the try scorers have touched the ball in this set of 6. They keep it alive, the Warriors. And a penalty to the Dolphins. An attacking penalty. Oh, what has he gone and done there? Freddie Lussick is just hanging around in front of the play the ball. Oh, no. One of the most basic of errors. He's just hanging around in front of the play the ball, and then he gets involved in the next play. What a great big goof. A great big goof. What a huge opportunity wasted there for the Warriors to get all the momentum to start the second half. Freddie Lussick, just one of the most basic rules in the game. If you're in front of the play the ball, you are out of play. And now the Dolphins, look at the meters that they are chewing up now. Much like the first half, they're getting themselves in range very easily. It's what happens when they get down here that's been the problem. Firing the pass out to Asako. Asako beats 1, beats 2. Asako, with support from Nicoll-Klokstad, throws a forward pass. I dare say they've left another one out there, the Dolphins. The pass just needed to find the chest of Nicoll-Klokstad. But worrying signs for this young Warriors squad. 11 line breaks for the Dolphins. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy, mate. How are you doing? Fobsy says, reminds me of when Ponga put the ball down and walked away at tackle 3. That was hilarious. I mean, it was hilarious to see, but at the same time, the underlying reason of potentially why that happened was a scary one. Oh, it's a one-on-one strip. A one-on-one steal, and the Dolphins have it back. And they are just rolling upfield again. A 0 tackle, a full set of 6, 40 out. It's 6 again. O'Sullivan takes the ball high. Nicoll-Klokstad runs it to the line, out the back to the Hammer. Hammer tries to step Pompey, can't do it. Tackle 2, though, for the Dolphins. 20 out from the line. Wallace drawing in defenders. More points beckoning here for the Dolphins. O'Sullivan out the back to Nicoll-Klokstad. Fires the pass across. It's nearly intercepted by Edward Kosi. But he knocks it on, and it's going to result in more pressure now for the Warriors. Kosi would have been away there if he holds this one. It was very catchable, and he knows it. The Dolphins will have to play the ball in front of the post, 10 out, and a full set of 6, but they've been very clueless in attack from here most of the game. Dawson, 53, ahoy, mate. Welcome along. O'Sullivan runs to the line, fires the Harbour Bridge pass out to Bostock. Bostock runs back in field, offloads to O'Sullivan, who spills it. It's play on, and Rocco Berry's away. Rocco Berry can't beat the hammer. And, now it's been called back. Now the referee's called it back. Knock on first by the Dolphins, though. And once again, the Dolphins, they get inside that 10-metre line, the attacking zone, and it just all falls to pieces for them. It's been quite amazing to see. They just make meters with ease all the way upfield, and then they get in that red zone, and it all falls apart. Scrum down, Warriors ball, 10 out from their own line. A 66% completion rate from the Dolphins. That's unreal. How can you complete at 66% and be 22 points ahead on the scoreboard? That is insanity right there. I mean, that is defying statistical logic. I've never seen anything quite like that. Warriors, though, up to halfway on the 5th and last. They stay on the short side. Volkman puts it high. Hammers at the back. He's got this lined up. He takes it. He looks up. A wall of Warriors defense. Surrender tackle. And the Dolphins will be made to bring this out of territory. Oh, that's a big charge from Tuaupiki. Big charge. He's hard to put down. And again, meters at will, up over halfway. Front foot ball here, O'Sullivan. Flat pass at best. To Asako. Asako's crunched. 5th and last. Nikorima puts it high. They're not competing this one. The Dolphins just stand back and defend. That was a massive hit. And that was on Katoa. That was on Katoa, not Asako. Warriors up to tackle 4 already. Volkman takes on the line. Fifth and last. Just the Dolphin side of halfway, but nothing really doing. The hammer. Nope, they've avoided the hammer with the kick. They've gone to Bostock again. And he is lined up and drilled by Rocco Berry. That's a big hit. Some big shots coming in now from the Warriors. Slow to get up and play the ball here. The Dolphins. Time off. Tessie New in a little bit of trouble. They're not claiming Crusher here, surely. He's not happy about it, Tessie New. Everyone's seen the replay now. He's looking at the referee. He's looking at the ref like, come on, penalty for something, surely. No, sorry, Tessie. Just because your face ended up in the ground doesn't mean it warrants a penalty. The second half, certainly not as enthusiastic as the first. Whoa, Montoya with a juggle. Manages to hold on to it. What a huge mistake that would have been. Come on, Warriors. We need Josh Curran. We need Rocco Berry. Let's get it done. The Dolphins defending well, though. Keeping the Warriors pinned down here. Now some space to the left. Curran takes them on himself. Tackle 4. 40 out from the Dolphins line. They should be able to get some form of attacking kick away here. 5th and last in midfield. 30 out. Volkman puts it high into the corner. Bostock is up and takes it. Beats the first tackle as well, but stays on the ground, so can't take advantage of the extra meters, and his pants have fallen down. What's going on with the pants of the Dolphins? They need to rethink their elastic supplier. Nichols goes into contact. Met by 3 Warriors and put down on tackle 4. This is a good set of 6 defensively. The Warriors, the Dolphins can't even get up to the 40-meter line, and another pantsing for one of the Dolphins players. Seriously. They must have the worst elastic in the competition on those pants. It's certainly not upsetting them on the scoreboard. Godric Ahoy there, boring game. Well, for the lopsidedness of it, it was actually quite an intriguing first half. This second half has been a little bit of a trip to Miseryville. I'm not going to lie. I'm not on the TV, so I don't have to lie about it. I can tell you exactly how it is. And the second half has been a little bit of a snoozer so far. Stephanie Stay Funny Steph says Dawson cheering for the Wars. 5th and last, Volkman seems to only have that kick in his repertoire at the moment. The hammer is met and driven backwards. And yeah, neither team really able to gain any sort of ascendancy at the moment. Just going through the motions. Fifth and last, Dolphins now pinned down in their own territory. We're just waiting for the first mistake, the first penalty, something to break the deadlock here. Now here's a break upfield. Shut down as quickly as it started. But the Warriors, early in the tackle count, they're in the attacking range. That's better from the Warriors. Curran, our anytime try scorer. Fifth and last. It's gone to... Oh, Volkman cross kick. It's been tapped back for the Warriors. They've still got it. Rocco Berry. It's still the fifth and last. Passes it back. They get the second kick away. And it's good. Oh, it was almost a try. It was almost a try there for Dylan Walker. But a cheeky boot has come along and saved the day. Tessie knew, was it, that got his boot in there. Kosi's tapped it back. Berry's got it, fires it back in field. They get the second kick away, and Tessie knew. If his toenails were trimmed, it would have been a try. Short dropout. Tap back for the Warriors. They come down with the ball. Berry beats one. He's taken down in a great legs tackle by O'Sullivan. The Warriors are still on the attack here. Let's get Josh Curran on the crash ball, huh? Where is he? Oh, God, is he even on the field? He might be resting. No, there he is. He's out in the back line. High contact here from Bromwich. Bromwich is up around the neck. Surely warrants a penalty or a 6 again from dummy half. And there goes Lussick, fooling everybody. Freddie Lussick has just completely bamboozled everyone. And he dives over and scores. The Warriors get their try. Unfortunately, nobody on my multi. But there, oh, look, Bromwich is a mile offside as well, by the way. So even if he doesn't score that try, it is surely a 6 again. Bromwich redefining the definition of offside there, my God. And as a matter of fact, he was so far offside that he actually impeded himself from being able to make that goal line defense. Freddie Lussick with the try. 22 points to 4. The kick to come. Is that the start of the comeback? Adam Pompey lining up a simple conversion to make it 22-6. 21 minutes to go. There's time enough. There is absolutely time enough. But are they going to be good enough with essentially a reserve grade team? Conversion successful. 22 points to 6. Henley Pemble says expect the Warriors to get through. Well, they're definitely going to get through to the finals. We know that much. Dolphins get us back underway. The kickoff bounces. It's tapped down by the Warriors. And they're now pinned down inside their own 10. Bringing it out of territory. That has just kept a little bit of spark in this game. Josh Curran goes straight through. He won't have the legs, Curran, but he's got support. He draws in the hammer. Nicarima gets it out to Montoya, and Montoya will score in the corner. Oh, the Warriors are well and truly back. The first set of 6 from the kickoff. Oh, if only you got prizes for try assists, because Josh Curran has sparked that. Oh, they're back. And this game, I was just saying, it's got a little bit of life left in it. And then Josh Curran says, thank you very much. Let's just resuscitate this game completely. Because now there is plenty of time left for the Warriors. 22-10, kick to come. Oh, if only he had the pace to go on his own there, Josh Curran. If only he were a bit faster. 19 minutes to go. Plenty of time. 2 converted tries behind. Potentially less pending this conversion from Pompey. And the Warriors have gone back to back. And suddenly this game, which just went through about 20 minutes of boredom, has just sprung to life. And now it's exciting. Pompey from the left sideline. It's his favoured boot. The favoured side for a right footer. He moves in, he strikes, it's hooking back, it just doesn't hook back enough, and it remains 22 points to 10. But the Warriors have just suddenly sparked into gear. Will says, hey Dan, they're taking the strapping back off Cleary. Yes. Yep, Ivan. There's about 5 minutes. They have to lock in their squads an hour before kickoff. So Ivan's got about 5 minutes to determine what may happen for the rest of this game before he locks in his squad. So there's still time. Let's see what happens in the next couple of minutes. Could determine the squad that Ivan Cleary runs out. As here come the Warriors again. Pompey gets the arms free, but no support. Now his pants are falling down at the back. Okay, I feel like the elastic is now a competition-wide thing. It's not just the Dolphins. Fifth and last, the kick from Volkman high into the corner, targeting Bostock again. Bostock does his job, and then some. Bostock makes some meters upfield, some valuable meters for the Dolphins. The hammer, dummies, tries to go on his own. Pompey doesn't fall for it. Struggling to get out of their own end now. The Dolphins now the pop out from Bromwich. They weren't ready for it. Lucky to get away with that. No one was ready for that little pop pass from Bromwich. And the Dolphins, they have been chewing up the meters as easy as you like for most of the game, but they're just getting pinned down here. As Nicoll-Klokstad gets a good kick away. It pops up now for Kosi at the back. The Sensu beans are kicking in. Lionheart called it. It took 20 minutes of the half for it to kick in. But boy, it's well and truly doing its job now. The Warriors are fired up. And it is all systems go. Definitely looking to finish the stronger of the two teams. Volkman now. Telegraphed that one a little bit too early. And this was a better set of six defensively from the Dolphins. Volkman again, kicking down to Bostock. Really been targeting Bostock at the back there. He's done his job though, Jack. Bostock is now lifted and tipped, and this will be a penalty to the Dolphins. Oh, you've got to be very careful when you elevate the player like that. A couple of millimeters higher up, and that's a send-off. But a penalty will be sufficient here. And that is a very relieving penalty for the Dolphins. They needed that. O'Sullivan puts it into touch. But some extra meters, and Tuaupiki taps and goes, the big fella. No thought of a pass there. And now Kaufusi on tackle 2 on the back of that penalty. They're up over halfway. Absolutely needless. Absolutely needed. Now the pass away. In support is Plath. Plath gets up to the 20. He was ready for it that time from Bromwich. Front football now for the Dolphins. Nicoll-Klokstad. Lemu tries to swivel around the defense. Can't. Nicoll-Klokstad calling runners on the inside on the decoy. Finds the hammer. Hammer. Nowhere to go. Surrenders on tackle 5. 10 out in front of the post. Options left and right for the Dolphins. They go to the right. Plath to O'Sullivan. Nikorima, dummies, cuts back in field. Finds Plath in support. And Plath will score. Max Plath restores the lead for the Dolphins. Finding the gap in the midfield. Plath getting his hands on the ball everywhere. Just catching out the lazy defenders there in midfield. Mitchell, Barnett and Dylan Walker. A little bit slow to cover across. Oh my God, I've only just realised. Okay. I have just been informed that Max Plath is the son of John Plath. Former Bronco, John Plath. There you go. Unreal. We saw so many kids, so many sons of ex-players running around on Thursday night for the Storm Broncos game. Now we've got another one out there today. Wow, I did not know that. John Plath's son, Max, has got very heavily involved in that play, that sequence. And the try is scored. The Dolphins restore their lead. Osako from right in front. Oh, Wayne, the old Panther. My son is a famous sports commentator. Oh, well, thank you. Well, thank you. Certainly wouldn't... certainly using the term famous there quite loosely. But yes, currently leading the Waste to World of Sports tipping contest. The old Panther. And this result, as it stands at the moment, will not be changing that. As a matter of fact, this result potentially sees me slide back into the top 10. And also, as we were talking about just a little earlier, old Panther, the Penrith Panthers will be well and truly eyeing off the minor premiership now. Nathan Cleary will have the straps back on because the minor premiership and a week 1 game against the Warriors at home is there for the taking for the Panthers now today. Oh, it's all right. Not a problem, Will. I think it's probably correct on both accounts, right? Probably not far wrong either way. McKid King says, I hope Dragons defeat the Knights. Well, we've still got this game to get through yet. Volkman bringing runners back on the inside line. A full set of 6 here. On the 6 again. There's still opportunity here for the Warriors. Oh, not if they throw passes like that, though. Pompey picks it up out the back. Shrugs off one. Still going Pompey. 2 meters out from the line now. Warriors. Still 10 minutes to go. There is still time. Now they've got numbers. Kosi steps back in field. Can't get the arms free. Oh, that's a flat... I mean, not a forward pass, but a terrible pass. Way too out in front. 5th and last, the Warriors. Just a waste of possession here at the moment. Volkman, out the back it goes now. Drawing in the defense. Needs to get the pass away, but now he's popped it over the sideline. Martin, over the sideline it goes, and there is an opportunity gone begging for the Warriors this time. We're not going to get one single one of those Warriors try scorers, are we? I believe our friend UFC OnlyFams is at the game today. Well, the Dolphins hold on. Yes, indeed. Montoya was completely unmarked on the outside there. An opportunity well and truly went begging. Flat pass from dummy half. But it is the fifth and last Dolphins. O'Sullivan gets the kick away. It's off the side of the boot. It's going to fall in no man's land. How's the bounce? It's knocked on by Brocco Berry. And as a matter of fact, fifth and last earns the penalty. Penalty to Shaun O'Sullivan. Taking the 2 pushes it to 20. They should have taken the 2. Thank you for that advertising opportunity, Shack of Hearts. Taking the 2. T-shirt now available. Through the hands now go the Dolphins. Flat pass. Lemu called forward. Oh, I thought it was flat. It's called forward. And more opportunity squandered. Jeez, that's a rough call, that one. I've seen some more forward passes than that not called, that's for certain. Bunty Afoa is hurt. He's down. He's clutching his face. He's up at the moment on my screen. And he's back into the scrum. But he was still clutching his face as he went back there. So he must have copped some sort of knock. With 7.5 minutes to go, I would dare say that 3 converted tries is a little bit too much to overcome for the Warriors now. So, the Panthers' destiny is in their own hands. But it's looking very likely that we get Panthers versus Warrior in week 1 of the finals. And a rematch, as we expected, a rematch of Storm versus Broncos as Pompey goes straight through, looking for support. Pompey goes on his own. Pops it out the back now and loses it forward. Oh, he just needed to go to ground there, Pompey. They had tackles up their sleeve. Oh, some of this has been very hard to watch. And Jermaine Asako is broken. Jermaine Asako is busted. Luckily for the Dolphins, it's the last game of the season, so that's going to have very little impact at all. But for Jermaine Asako, it could just be cramps. Poor fella is left on his own. Everybody's just walked off and left him. The trainer is just meandering over, as casual as all hell. Nobody was in a hurry to get over there and check on him, the poor fella. So who does Jermaine... What's Jermaine Asako's international representation? Is he eligible for the Kangaroos, or is he New Zealand? Bostock gets on the outside, but it's shut down quickly by Rocco Berry. Asako's New Zealand. Okay, so an injury has implications for those international games coming up at the end of the season, potentially. Fifth and last, O'Sullivan puts it high. The chase from the hammer, casual as ever. He's up. Good news, Asako is up. Asako's up and about. Obviously, just a really severe case of cramp. But, geez, the hammer has been running at half pace all night. Very curious to know what the story is there. Oh, now we got some more cramp. It's Kosi this time. Kosi's cramped up for the Warriors. Cramps are us out there in the last 10 minutes of this one. Captain Dylan Walker comes from the field. Now that's a forward pass, if there ever was one, to Maire Martin. Oh, now we've got cramp for Josh Curran. Such scenes out there on Suncorp Stadium at the moment. Cramps all around. Dolphins ball here into the last 4 minutes. Asako played for New Zealand 2018, 2019, and also Samoa in 2019. So there we go. He can pretty much choose representation. But the hell was that? But yes, so he can pretty much choose who he wants to represent. I'm sure both teams would be very happy to have him. Penalty to the Warriors. Captain's challenge incoming. 3 minutes to go. Captain's challenge, why not? And that penalty will stand. There are about 17 Dolphins involved in that tackle. I don't know why they challenged it. Can we just delete the captain's challenge? It has its value, but at the same time, it's hard to stop. Like that was so obvious. I can't understand why nobody from the Dolphins kind of went, you know what, Cap? That's just a complete and total waste of time. Maybe in a situation like that where it is clearly just a hope to slow the play down and inside the last 3 minutes, maybe you spice things up a bit and you get marched 10 or 20 meters upfield for an unsuccessful challenge. There's got to be some sort of actual punishment for getting it wrong when you have clearly done it just to waste time or just out of hope. But then again, it sort of, that then brings in, you've got to judge the, what's the word? You've kind of got to judge somebody's intent then. And intent is a very hard thing to prove, although it seemed fairly obvious that time. But I do feel there needs to be some sort of risk versus reward. There's no risk at the moment. Just fire it away, see what happens. The only risk at the moment is that you lose your challenge if it's unsuccessful. Dolphins now into space goes Tessie New. He's got support. Maybe not the fastest player on the field is Kenny Bromwich, but he's going to find his way there anyway. And Kenny Bromwich will score. The Dolphins get another one. His brother Jesse's on the sideline laughing it up. He can't believe that he had the pace to get there either. Tessie New draws in the fullback. And Kenny Bromwich, he had the pace to get there. $32 points to 10. Kathy, ahoy. Welcome back. 32 points to 10. Oh, what was some of those? Didn't somebody earlier in the chat predict 34 points to 10? Was that Rob? Was that Rob G? I swear somebody actually just nailed this scoreline earlier on. It happened, didn't it? I am scrolling all the way back here to have a look at those full-time score predictions because I think somebody just nailed it. God, I might have missed it. Where am I going to find that? Oh, okay. McKid King said 32-14. Oh, Rob G said 30-12. Oh, he was so close. They were both kind of close. Conversion successful. 34 points to 10. The Dolphins have spanked the Warriors here. In fairness, the under-strength New Zealand Warriors. Under-strength Wasted Water Sports t-shirts now available in the store. Yes, Kathy, as Will has stated, the Warriors were resting about 42 players. They were very... Oh, wait, wrong way. That way. They were very under-strength. All right, I'm going to have a quick break, and we'll be back to wrap this up. Get ready for the next game, because the Panthers will be going full strength. There'll be no under-strength Panthers, even though they are resting a few players. But they will be coming for the minor premiership, and they will be coming for our week 1 battle with the Warriors. All right, I'll be back right after this. All right, Wasted Water Sports, 34 points to 10 here. The Dolphins have put on a show and taken the win. They've ended their season on a high. They've earned me some points in the Wasted Water Sports Tippy contest. I'll be back in the top 10. Good news for me. After winning it last season, I would have liked to have won it again, but I'll take a top 10 result. Top 10's not too bad. So Penrith missing Luai, Kenny, and Sorensen. So, yeah, not quite a full-strength Panthers squad, but my opinion was that if the Warriors got the win here, that Ivan would put a lot of those guys in cotton wool that he's named. So I reckon Peachy would have come in. Yeah, had the Warriors won, I reckon Peachy would have gone into the centres and Crichton would have gone into fullback and Edwards would have been moved into the reserves. Salmon would have come from 18 onto the interchange bench. And what else would he have done? There would have been a couple of other changes there as well. Isaac Tungo back for the Panthers. That's big news for them. Isaac Tungo back. What was the first half score? Asked Kathy. Halftime score was 22-0 in favour of the Dolphins. Or 24. Was it 22 or 24? 22, I think. 22. All right. I'm going to have a quick break. Wasted World of Sports. We need to get ready. I need to get all the graphics updated and everything for the next game. So I'm going to take off for a bit. This stream will remain active. We're going to kick straight on into the Panthers versus the Cowboys. The Panthers have got the minor premiership on the line and a week 1 final against the Warriors rather than a week 1 final against the Storm, which I'm sure they don't want. I would much prefer to be facing the Warriors in week 1 of the finals than a fully fit and firing Craig Bellamy coached Melbourne Storm. In all honesty, I think the Panthers are capable of handling them just fine, but I know the game that I would much rather be facing in week 1 of the finals, personally. But we'll see what happens. The Panthers have it all to play for. Destiny is in their own hands against the Cowboys. For the Cowboys, the equation is simple. They must win, or their season is over. So I've got to get ready for that. I've got to update all the graphics and everything. Thank you so much for joining me for this one, the early game. I don't usually do the early games, but that one had so many implications on the rest of the weekend. I had to tune in for it. So thank you very much. This stream, as I said, will stay active. We'll jump straight into the Panthers game after a little bit of a break. I'll get everything set up. And, yeah, we'll just go from there. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. And I will see you for the Panthers Cowboys coming up next here on the Wasted World of Sports. Can't wait. His ass is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Waste to World of Sports, ahoy. Super Saturday continues. Penrith Panthers with it all to play for. The minor premiership is beckoning. A home final against the Warriors is beckoning. It's theirs for the taking. The Penrith Panthers. Vobsy, ahoy, welcome back. It would have been very interesting to see what happened if the Warriors got up. I'm so curious to know if Ivan would have pulled the plug on a lot of those players starting tonight and switched them over to the reserve grade. Or not to the reserve grade, sorry, to the reserves bench. But as it stands, Penrith have it all to play for. The minor premiership is on the line for them. And a home final against the Warriors. How will it play out? Panthers, surely the favourites. Have to be, with the squad that they've announced. Sorry, just had to fix my lights there. Yes, Penrith, surely the favourites, raging hot favourites. Potentially a big victory. Now, I have stacked and loaded the same game multi for this one. I swear to God. Look at this. I've absolutely loaded up. I've gone with a lot of combos. Isaac Tungo back into the squad. I expect him to have super glue on his hands in the centres there tonight. He might get a little bit overexcited about being back, is what I'm thinking. And he will certainly be a red-hot favourite for mine to score a try. Everyone else I couldn't really decide upon. So, oh God, there goes the lights falling over. Kick, kick, kick. Oh dear, I'll fix that in a minute. So, yeah, I've sort of loaded up on combos. Stephen Crichton, Brian To'o for 2+. There was a little bit more value in putting them 2+ than there was betting on them individually. So what that basically means, for those of you who may be unaware, it means that if Brian To'o and Stephen Crichton score a try, I win that leg of the multi. If Stephen Crichton scores none and Brian To'o scores 2, I still win that leg of the multi. So rather than putting them in as individuals, I've kind of stacked them, hoping that one scores a double or they each get a try. Combination of any Kyle Felt or Dylan Edwards, combination of any Scott Drinkwater and Sonny Taruva to round it out. So essentially 2, 3, 4, 5 tries. I don't think 5 tries is out of the question with these two teams. Basically is what I'm looking at there. 5 tries, at least. Jason Bourne, same game multi. Cleary, Edwards, Drinkwater. Ats. And Panthers -9.5. Was that the Panthers line? Or did you choose your own line there? Or is that the actual line? If that's the actual line in this game, you chose your own line on that one, did you? It is the line. Wow. Okay. Jesus, I should have had the line in mind then. -9.5. That seems incredibly low. Goddamn lights. falling over everywhere. No. I'll get up there. All right. Bobsy's got Edwards anytime, Panthers 13 plus, and Tungo anytime. 9.5 is a very impressive line. I would have taken that for sure. At's been anytime try scorer in James Jason Bourne's multi. Cleary, Edwards, and Drinkwater, and Panthers -9.5. I was trying to process who, like RTS, Roger Tuivasa-Sheck. I was trying to process who Ats was. Probably saw the old brain ticking over there and going, oh God, I better help him out. He looks lost. He looks incredibly lost. Well, all we can hope for is a good game, regardless. I'm so tired. Words can't describe how tired I am. It is ridiculous. I don't usually get up for that first game, and this is the reason why. And there's still another one to go after this. Oh my God! And the Dragons Knights. Dragons Knights is probably going to be an absolute stinker as well. That might be a hard one to get through. Fingers crossed for a good game, though. Both games. All it's going to take is a little bit of action to keep me up and get me through these next two games. So let's see. About 6 or 7 minutes away from kickoff in this one. Panthers, Cowboys. Games between these two teams can often be surprising. I have a hard time seeing it, though, this time. Look, the Panthers, if this is the squad that they do run out with, still looking very strong. Dylan Edwards, Sonny Taruva, Stephen Crichton, Isaac Tungo, Brian To'o, Jack Cogger, Nathan Cleary, Moses Leota, Luke Summerton, James Fisher-Harris, Liam Martin, Luke Garner, Isaiah Yeo, and then on the interchange bench, you've got Tyrone Peachy, Lindsay Smith, Spencer Lenu, and Zach Hosking. Jamin Seven, the 18th man replacement. Still a fairly solid-looking team. The only real potential weak links, Luke Summerton at hooker is a little bit of an unknown. And well, that's about it, really, isn't it? And Jack Cogger, I suppose. Jack Cogger replacing Jerome Luai. Cogger and Cleary don't have the same combination as Cleary and Luai. So there are a couple of potential weaknesses in that Panthers squad. But, geez, I mean, if that's it, if that's all you're talking... Luke Summerton is a little bit... I was apologising to you guys in case it made a sound, by the way. I wasn't apologising to the microphone, just so we're aware of that. I'm sure the microphone itself is fine and doesn't require an apology. So, I mean, if that's it, Luke Summerton is a little bit of an unknown at hooker. That is the glaring weakness in the Panthers squad. And honestly, if that's it, then... the Cowboys really don't stand a chance, do they? In all honesty. But stranger things have indeed happened on the footy field. We'll have to see how this game goes. Wasted World of Sports, about to bring you all the action. Just a couple of minutes away from kickoff. You still got a chance to get your multis in if you haven't done so already. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy, mate. Mr. Ed's dead says, go, Panthers, go. Oh, Mr. Ed's dead. Your tip is quite often on the losing side, isn't it? Maybe Mr. Ed's dead support is poor news for the Panthers. Please say something nice about the Cowboys. Well, I don't know if it's nice, but the Cowboys really do have it all to play for. The equation is quite simple for them. Lose and they're out. Win and they're still in with a chance of reaching the finals. Actually, would a victory actually put them in guaranteed? So Penrith, maybe, since Penrith are already in, and Penrith probably really don't care who they play in the first week of the finals, maybe, just maybe, that means that the Cowboys have a little bit more to play for. Maybe they'll be a little bit more enthusiastic about this game. As they run out onto the field here, the Cowboys. So maybe, just maybe, nothing to lose here for the Cowboys. Caution to the wind. Who knows? Never say never. I don't know if that's nice enough or not to throw the jinx on, but we'll see. Time will tell. I think the Panthers are a very difficult team to jinx. Let's be honest about that. There's nothing biased about calling the best team the best team. And let's face it, they are the best team by a long, long margin on their day. Keep an eye on Luke Summerton. That'll be the interesting position to keep an eye on there. How's he going to go? Cowboys out on the field. Here come the Panthers now, the home team. What an absolute majestic-looking squad. Even with players out, they run out and look absolutely unbeatable. J. Joe, ahoy, mate. In my eyes, the Sharks should be the best team, Dan. Oh, in your eyes, the Sharks should be the best team, Dan, says Vopsy. SMH. See, I'm I'm what you might call, Vopsy, a realist. And as a realist, funnily enough, I'm very realistic about my team's chances. 0. Ready to get underway. Kickoff is imminent. The Cowboys will be kicking off. Well, what's happening here? Is this a funeral march? My God, they're slow to get off the field. The players are ready to go. Just waiting for some lurkers to leave the field. Underway here. The Cowboys kick off. The Panthers with first use of the ball. The minor premiership on the line. And I've gone and absolutely stacked on, loaded my same game multi here. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, the fact that I have loaded it up so much means we'll see a few more ticks in this one than the previous game. J. Joe's got Kyle Felt first try scorer. Fifth and last, steady as she goes from the Panthers. They complete, and Cogger puts it high into the corner. No pressure on Felt at the back. He takes it with ease, but then he is met and driven backwards. But the Panthers just up in front of the kicker there inside the 10. And the Cowboys get the first penalty. Cowboys, this is good field position for them. The Chad, what can he do tonight? Mel says, don't look, Steph. But I tipped the Panthers, but hoping Cowboys get the W. The Chad down the blind side, calls runners on the inside, gets Lukey, and Lukey shut down in a solid hit by Isaiah. 30 out from the line they are, though. The Cowboys with the first opportunity. Leilua still going forward. Leilua. Fifth and last, 20 out. Robson to the blind side. The Chad, a little pop gun kick over the top. Felt falls over his own feet. Appeals for a penalty because that worked last year, but not this year. Kyle. And Taruva has taken the ball. And the Panthers come away with it. The minor premiership on the line, of course, with the Warriors going down to the Dolphins. It's given the Panthers extra incentive to claim that top spot. Only works against the Tigers. Oh, boy, that was a shocker, wasn't it? That was an absolute daylight robbery. Fifth and last, Cleary puts the kick down into the corner where Felt waits. Felt lines it up. And a wall of Panthers defenders that are onside this time wrap him up. Cowboys now, both teams just feeling each other out here in the first 4 minutes, going set for set. The Cowboys just a slight territorial advantage early on. But, I mean, very slight. Fifth and last. The kick will come on the 40-meter line from Drinkwater. It's tapped back for the Cowboys. It remains the fifth and last. Liam Martin plucks the ball out of the air. And this is good field position now for the Panthers. Short side. It's Tungo. Tungo gets the offload. In support is Edwards. Through the middle goes Taruva. Taruva blitzes them for speed. Oh, they're absolutely burnt here, the Cowboys. Taruva breaking his way through. It's tackle 2, 10 meters out. Front foot ball. Surely it's theirs. Here, the Panthers. Oh, great defense from Kyle Felt up in the face. He was up a little bit too quick, though, and the rest of the team. And it's 6 again. Yo goes on his own. To the left-hand edge they go. There's Garner. Garner charges forward. Tackle 3, 5 out. Cleary runs it to the line. Flat pass to Leota on the crash ball. In front of the posts. A couple of tackles up their sleeve. Yo, at the back. They beat the first up tackle, and now Stephen Crichton will score in the corner, and there is 1/2 of a tick on the multi, and that was just a little bit too easy. Cogger holds up the pass. Crichton scores in the corner, and that, in all honesty, was just ridiculously simple for the Panthers. All the way up to halfway where Taruva just burnt them through the middle, making a clean break. Try-saving effort there from Taulagi to slow him down. Come back at him the second time. Isaiah Yo out the back to Cogger. Cogger beats Peter Hiku. Holds up the pass perfectly and puts Stephen Crichton in the corner. Just way too easy, that. Peter Hiku racing up out of the line. Of course, if you do that, you've got to make the hit. He played the ball, not the man, and Cogger was able to get on the outside. and not even missing Jerome Luai in a situation like that. But the Cowboys, Peter Hiku racing up, certainly made it very easy on them. Vobsy says that Yo is the greatest Samsung smart fridge to ever play rugby league. Are they looking for obstruction? Absolutely not. There was no one was even running through the line. The gap was created from Peter Hiku racing up out of the defensive line. From the sideline, Cleary hooks it. 4 points to nil it remains. Yes, Will, Penrith are resting a couple. But a fairly solid, near full strength squad. Once the Dolphins got the win over the Warriors, it was always going to be this way. Once the Dolphins got the win, the Panthers were always going to be coming for top spot in that home final against the Warriors. Absolutely no offense to the Warriors, but I'm sure anybody would much rather be hosting a Warriors team in week 1 of the finals than a full-strength Melbourne Storm. Vopsy asks, who does 7th verse come finals time, Dan? They visit 6th place. 6th place hosts 7. And a penalty now. The first set of 6 after points. The Cowboys are self-destructing early here. Just gifting the Panthers field position. It was a terrible attempt to tackle. That last one, indeed, wasn't it, J-Joe? Panthers on a roll now. Oh. Tackle 1. 20 out. Yo. Feeds Cogger again. Cogger brings Garner back on the inside run. Beats 1. Beats 2. Garner still going. Beats 3. He's finally put down Luke Garner. 15 out for the line now, the Panthers. Cleary's over on the right. Back in field to Leota. Backing into the defense. 5 out from the line. Tackle 3, midfield. They go left. Cogger, dummies. Tries the pop pass, but he finds Kyle Felt. He doesn't find the runner, and the Cowboys survive that one. And this time it doesn't work out for Cogger. But he had the right idea. Penalty now, Cowboys. It threatened to open up again there, though, for the Cowboys, who are just holding on. A very concerned-looking Ming the Merciless in the coach's box, as you would expect. But this will be an opportunity for them. They need to strike back here, the Cowboys. A long way to go in this game, obviously, but they need to make a statement and make it early against this Panthers team. Nine minutes gone. This is the Cowboys' best opportunity to start the match. 30 out from the Panthers line. Leilua cutting back in field and dumped by Liam Martin. Absolutely thumped him, and Leilua doesn't like it. Leilua's firing up in midfield. Oh, you can't be upset just because you've had a big hit put on you, mate. And another huge tackle in midfield. Fisher Harris and Liam Martin have forced Ruben Cotter to cough the ball up. My God, the Panthers are up for this one. This has been immense. Leilua is getting all upset and arced up in midfield because he's been put on his back. And a huge hit from Liam Martin. Ruben Cotter saw him coming in, panicked and lost the ball. Big defense from the Panthers. And they are well up for this one. They want that minor premiership. They want that home final against the Warriors. And why wouldn't they? Can't wait for finals next week. Certainly will be a very good time. Crichton dancing around. Shrugs off one. Crichton still going. Gets away from Dearden a second time. And he's finally brought down by Laybutt. I guess you could say that he was laid on his butt by Zach Laybutt. Thank you. Thank you. Drinkwater takes the ball on the full. Surrenders in the tackle. Mel says that Will is praying to the gods that the Cowboys win. Top 4 get 2 chances in the finals? Yes, they do. Vobsy says that when Penrith win the minor premiership, the 200k better go to Dylan Edwards. He deserves it more than anyone, even if it's against the rules. As the Cowboys get a penalty now for a ruck infringement, they tap and go. They've tapped and gone, trying to catch them napping. And Drinkwater's lost his pants. What the hell is going on with the elastics tonight? All teams are losing their pants. Oh, 100% will. The minor premiership means nothing. Means absolutely nothing. The only advantage in this instance is that it's the Broncos. The Broncos will be coming up against the Storm in week 1 of the finals rather than the Warriors. The kick through into the end goal. Taruva taps it dead. It was perfectly placed. Maybe Vobsy, it could be 100k to Edwards, 100k to Liam Martin. I reckon that sounds fair. 100k for Dylan Edwards, 100 for Liam Martin. As the Panthers go short, and Ruben Cotter comes down with it for the Cowboys. Can they strike back? Can they take the lead, actually? Because Cleary missed that first attempt at conversion. Robson to Townsend on the inside angle. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. We'll find out in a minute as he gets up and plays the ball. No, we won't, because he turned his back to us. Chad to Leilua in midfield. Leilua is crunched by Dylan Edwards. Leilua is getting absolutely folded in half tonight by everyone. Some huge hits being put on him. And they've lost the ball forward now. There's the mistake. That was Helam Lukey. There we go. The number 12 for the Cowboys. The person that I didn't know. The Cowboys with the mistake, and that is a crucial one. Big defense again from the Panthers on their goal line, putting in some solid hits. Jumping over to the other code for a moment, Rugby Union, the World Cup coming up, France. The host nation, France, are experiencing some legitimate injury concerns in the lead-up. A couple of big stars already out for the tournament. And a couple of other niggles going around for the French. Somerton takes it up. A dart out of dummy half. Fifth and last Panthers. Just on halfway, back to Cleary for the kick. He puts it high. No pressure on the kick chase. But a wall of Panthers defenders awaiting Taulagi. And he's got nowhere to go. Felt getting involved. Bringing the ball out of territory. 4 points to nil in favour of the Panthers. Cleary looking for the one-on-one strip. Can't get the ball. Cotter with the hit up. Tackle 4 now. Cowboys. They're up to halfway. McLean. Up the middle. 5th and last. 40 out. The Chad's down on the right-hand side here. Puts it high. Puts it really high. That's the highest kick I've ever seen the Chad do. And it's got a result for the Cowboys. A knock-on from Tuaupiki. That might be the best kick I've ever seen Chad Townsend do. Tuaupiki can't hold on to the ball. Forward it spills. Running across the face of the defence is Addin, and he is cut down by Tohu and Cleary. Leilua. That's a better run from Leilua. He doesn't get folded back this time. I'm glad he's a former Shark, Shack of Hearts, because he was awful. I can't stand him because he stunk the Shire out for so many years. I'll give him credit because he was a very big part of the 2016 Premiership winning squad, and he was a very solid player. But from 2017 onwards, he pretty much just stunk the joint out. And I couldn't wait for him to be gone. And now he's the Cowboys issue. Huge defense again from the Panthers on the 5th and last on their goal line, and Stephen Crichton has just folded Hiku in half. The Panthers putting in some huge hits. Dan on the ladder, who is currently the biggest threat outside the top 4. Well, I've been saying for a few weeks now that if the Roosters sneak in, look out. If the Rabbitohs sneak in, look out. Well, the Rabbitohs are gone. The Roosters are there at the moment. If the Roosters qualify, I would be very concerned coming up against them. Apart from that, there's really nobody. Fifth and last now, Panthers. Cleary will put the kick in from 40 out. This is a good chase. Pressure on at the back, but it's well taken. Taulagi takes it well under a lot of pressure. And he didn't even flinch. Cowboys forced to run out of territory again. Nah, sorry, Vobsy. Knights are no chance. 0. Less than 0. They've... Valentine Holmes is still suspended, isn't he? I'm pretty sure Val Holmes is suspended. He only comes back for... Geez, he might not even be back for week 1 of the finals. Yeah, I think, in all honesty, the Knights have been made to look a lot better than they actually are with that run of home games on Sunday afternoons. Vesha Harris bumps off one, passes to Tuaupiki. Tuaupiki stepping, weaving. It's back to Fisher Harris, to Cleary in midfield. Cleary to Martin. Martin gets the arms free. Back to Cleary. Fires the bullet pass over to Tohu. Tohu steps around Addin. Has support on the outside from Tohu. Tohu is chopped down. 5 out from the line on the 5th and last. The Panthers. Cleary runs it. Cleary dummies. Goes on his own. and is taken a metre short of the line. And that will be the handover. Cowboys ball a metre out from their own line. Just holding on there, the Cowboys. Good defence. Scrambling. And keeping the Panthers at bay. A quarter of the way through this one. And it's the Panthers up 4-0. It could easily have been so much more. Taumalolo's on. Having a charge up to the 30-metre line. Fifth and last, Chad gets the kick away. Straight down the throat of Tuaupiki. And Tuaupiki, his eyes open up. Oh, jeez, that's a big bust. Oh, who's that just been busted open? There's blood gushing out everywhere. Oh, that's a disturbing sight. Was that Lukey again? Because I didn't know who it was. Oh, the blood absolutely gushing out of his face. That looked nasty. Now the Panthers go down the left-hand edge. Tuaupiki has a little bit of space. Taken down by Hiku and the Chad. Yo in midfield. Out the back to Edwards. Edwards, dummies. Steps, weaves. Edwards pops it back to Tungo. Tungo is taken down. Fifth and last. 20 out. Cleary runs it to the line. A little chip in over the top. It's tapped back by Crichton. It falls for Cogger. Cogger fires it out to Tuaupiki, and Tuaupiki will score. Tuaupiki scores, and there is a tick on the multi. Is that in the right spot? Let's put it on that one. Tuaupiki will score. Stephen Crichton starts it with the back. And then Cogger does his job. They are not missing Jerome Luai at all. Is that fair to say? I think that's very fair to say. Cogger is right there on the spot. Fires it off perfectly to Tuaupiki. And Tuaupiki, there's no one within 10 metres of him as he plants it down in the corner. There's a tick on the multi. Stephen Crichton, impressive. Try confirmed, 8 points to 0 in favour of the home side. Shack of Heart says someone give Critter an NFL contract. Off to the Bulldogs, of course. Jeez, he's going to be wasted over there. I really do hope the Bulldogs get their act together. The old Canterbury Bankstown Panthers, as they're shaping up to be. Now, from a very, very similar position, Nathan Cleary. He's had a practice shot. Can he adjust and get it right this time? Moves in, strikes it. This one's looking a lot better from Cleary. No hook on that one. And straight through it goes. 10 points. Put your shirt on, mate. Jeez. This is a family show. 10 points to 0. Vopsy says, crazy how Gus rebuilt Penrith just to leave and take the players and call it a rebuild for the Bulldogs. Players and coaches. Let's not forget that as well, Vopsy. Players and coaches. Shack of Heart says some teams think they can clone the Panthers and Storm and photosynthesize their success, but they would be mistaken, as we're seeing with the Bulldogs at the moment, aren't we? Penalty to the Panthers. And the Cowboys have just got to be a little bit careful here. Their season is dangling by a thread right now. There's a long way to go in this game. They don't need to self-destruct. What the hell is that on my foot? Good Lord. Their season is just hanging by a thread here. The Cowboys, as Martin threatens to burst through. They just hold on to him, but look where they are again. The Panthers, Somerton, he's playing well. Tackle 4. The Cowboys are reeling. Cleary steps and goes on his own, bringing the ball back in towards the middle of the field. 5th and last. Cogger, with Cleary out of play, puts the crossfield kick in. It's perfectly placed, and the Cowboys are offside here. Take the 2. 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 A penalty for offside. Take the 2. Oh, they're going to tap and go here. The Panthers, Edwards to Smith. They want more than the 2 here, the Panthers. Fisher-Harris tackled a metre out. Cutting back inside is Crichton. Oh, remember, they do want to put the Cowboys to the sword indeed. Shack of Hearts. Somerton tumbles, gets back up. He's held on tackle 4. A couple up their sleeve here, the Panthers. David Stevens, ahoy. There's Liam Martin on the crash ball, and Liam Martin scores beside the post. Oh, this is an absolute demolition job. An absolute decimation of the Cowboys. All they can do is stand behind the posts with hands on hips and question what could have been this year. There is a long, long way to go in this game. Miracles can happen, but it is going to take an absolute miracle for the Cowboys to come back into this one. Their season is on life support. Try confirmed for Liam Martin. Why didn't I have him in my multi? Look at everyone I've got there. All the players I've got there, and no sign of Liam Martin. I mean, that's just a rookie error. David Stevens says if the Panthers win, they go back to the top of the table, indeed, and a home final against the Warriors next weekend. Look at that. Liam Martin has scored in 3 straight games. I don't have him in my multi. Unbelievable. Unforgivable. Vopsy says Chad's going to kick a 2-point field goal and make a vlog about it. Oh, dear. Cleary converts. 16 points to 0. Danny Arthur. Cowboys will be missing out, indeed. Unless they make a miraculous comeback here, the Cowboys season has been dusted in 28 minutes of this game. 28 minutes is all it took to end the very, very small glimmer of hope that the Cowboys had. It has been a scary start. And remember, this is not quite a full-strength Panthers team. There are some key outs still to come back into this squad. And they have just looked immense so far tonight. And that is a terrifying warning shot to the rest of the top 8. Huge run here from Ghana. Everybody is doing their job at the moment. Yo, with meters. A kick on tackle 4. Well positioned at the back, though, is Drinkwater. Michelle would go crazy if she heard that. Heard what? What was said? Up over halfway, the Cowboys, can they strike back? Can they perhaps strike back through Kyle Felt? Oh, under strength. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, Michelle doesn't seem to understand what under strength means. It's quite hilarious. It really is quite funny. Panthers take the kick. Bring it out of territory. They're having a practice run at the moment, aren't they, the Panthers? They're definitely trying some things out. They've earned themselves that right, though, haven't they? They've blown the Cowboys off the park thus far. Somerton again out of dummy half, finding some space up to the halfway line. Fifth and last, Cleary puts the boot to it high. Well positioned again, Taulagi, and takes it on the full. Inside the last 10 minutes now of this first half, and it has been all Panthers. Absolutely dominating this contest. The Cowboys have had their chances. They haven't been able to make anything pay, though. A really solid performance from the Panthers thus far. And now a horror show of a play the ball from Peter Hiku. And this is just inviting the Panthers to get more points. Just a dead set shocker of a play the ball. Unforgivable mistakes here from the Cowboys as Fisher Harris has a well-earned break. Oh, they simply must hold on here, the Cowboys. They cannot afford any more points before the break. Inside the 30 now with Garner. Or is that... No, that is Garner. Yes, Luke Garner. Yo now takes a run on his own. Inside the 20 they go on tackle 3 in midfield. They stay attacking this right-hand side. Fourth, 10 out they are there, the Panthers. Cogger runs it to the line on his own, takes the tackle. Fifth and last. Where's Cleary? Cleary is out to the right-hand side. There he is. Cleary's got the ball. Runs it. Passes out the back to Brian Tohu. Tohu steps. Brian Tohu scores. And that is another leg of the multi. Oh, this multi is looking good. This multi is looking damn good as we go into halftime. This one is well and truly on. Tohu scores to get the Crichton Tohu double. Taruva has scored. We've got 47.5 minutes for Tungo and Felt or Edwards to score. This multi is looking good. 20 points to nil. Try confirmed. Shack of Heart says, yeah, this is getting embarrassing for the Cowboys. Season on the line, and they haven't turned up. They haven't turned up, and they have not been allowed to. It has been a dominant display from the home side so far. The Tohu Crichton double has paid off. Isaac Tungo, Kyle Felt, or Dylan Edwards in the next 46 and a half minutes. And I am laughing all the way to the bank as the Panthers secure this minor premiership. Cleary from the opposite side of the field this time has hooked it across the face of the post. It hits the upright and bounces away. 20 points to nil. 6 minutes to go until the halftime break. Jeez, if they're up at 20 points to nil at halftime, it's a bit early, isn't it? It's a bit early to be doing such a thing, but at some stage, surely Cogger moves into the number 7, and Nathan Cleary at some stage surely gets wrapped up in wool and put on the sideline. It's probably way too early to be thinking about that at halftime, but at some stage surely Nathan Cleary here, and perhaps even Dylan Edwards, gets wrapped up in cotton wool and put on the sideline. I mean, I hope Edwards scores a try before that happens, though, because I can't really rely on Kyle Felt tonight to get a try in the multi. They've just charged back into Cowboys territory. They want more points here before halftime, the Panthers. Change of direction. Almost pokes his nose through. 5th and last, 30 out. Cleary on the left-hand side puts it high. It's not the greatest kick of his career. Taruva will catch it, though, and Taruva is dumped. Taruva is taken in the air. A mid-air tackle. Things go from bad to worse for the Cowboys. Such a dominant display here from the Panthers. Ahoy there, Ban. Welcome along. Go Penrith, says Ban. There is no quarter of mercy from the Panthers. They want more. Crichton backs into the defense. Who do I tip for the Dragons Knights game, Dan? Well, you can tip whoever you want. I've gone for the Dragons, personally. Now Cleary reaches out. He's just short. Nathan Cleary just shy of the line. 5th and last. 5th and last, and Somerton has got the white line fever. And he is tackled. Handover. Penalty to the Cowboys now. 4 minutes to go till the halftime break. Cowboys, a long way back, season on the line. They've come to Penrith's home ground. They could have made a real statement going into the final series. Instead, what they've dished up isn't worthy of a top 8 appearance. Oh, Cleary races up on Addin, puts the pressure on. The ball is loose. Penrith will get one more shot before the halftime break. Leilua is fired up. The Cowboys, they are under their skin. And Leilua especially is really starting to get a bit lippy. And you know that the Cowboys in general are off their game when Leilua starts firing up like this. He's more interested in fighting than he is actually playing the game. And that's bad news for the Cowboys. Halftime can't come quick enough. Crichton down the short side. Puts on a burst of speed. Can't break his way through. 2 minutes to go till the break. Yo. The short pass to Spencer Leniu. Pressure on the Cowboys again here. Lindsay Smith running the inside angle. He's dumped down 10 metres out. To the open side, the Panthers go. Cleary is chopped down. Great tackle there from Addin. He gets one back. But it opens up, and this time he gets his try, Summerton. Luke Summerton. He's been trying that all night long, and Summerton, finally, as the Panthers are just spilling all over the top of each other. And Summerton, he's been trying that on all night long. It finally pays off. He's caught some lazy markers. And the space opens up and he scores 24-0. Nashon Granjan, go Panthers. It's our game. Watching all the way from PNG. Cheers there, Nashon. Panthers on an absolute roll. The minor premiership well and truly in their grasp. A home final next week against the Warriors is looking the most likely result. Summerton, it finally opens up for him. The Roosters are in. The Roosters are in. That's the big news here, isn't it, Will? That is the big news to come out of this. Not just the Panthers minor premiership and a matchup with the Warriors. We've got the Broncos hosting the Melbourne Storm, and the Roosters have officially snuck into the playoffs. I reckon they could be the dark horse. They could be the cheeky little dark horse. They're sneaking into the 8. Quite possibly, it'll be the Sharks that they knock out in week 1. Six seconds to go until the halftime break. Kyle Feldt gets us back underway. And the Panthers just fire it over the sideline. They say, that will do us. Thank you very much. Shack of Hearts says, do you just have no faith in your team? My team, let's face it, Shack of Hearts, they're pretty terrible, aren't they? I mean, I'm a realist about the chances. And look, we haven't beaten a top 8 team regularly for the past 3 or 4 seasons. What faith could I possibly have that we're going to go into a phase of the competition where it's all top 8 teams and have any faith of a victory? Half-time here, Wasted World of Sports. We've recently beat top 8 teams that are now no longer in the top 8, if you're referring to the Rabbitohs. Halftime here, 26 points to Donuts. The Panthers over the Cowboys. I'm going to have a quick break. I'll be back to dissect all the first half action and what might be lying in wait for this next 40. Right after this, Wasted World of Sports. Be right back. Oh, Captain Redbeard. Mate, what's happened? Season on the line. Hang on. I can't go just yet. Captain Redbeard, mate. Season on the line. and they just haven't fired a shot. Terrible circumstance to be in. Season on the line, coming up against the Panthers at their home ground, though, I'm sure. But it must be devastating that they just haven't even fired a shot. Anyways, halftime. I'm going to have a quick break. We'll be back to dissect it all right after this. Ah, yes, halftime here, 26 points to nil. An absolute schmozzling here of the highest order. Panthers putting on a display and a half here. Minor premiership on the line. This is well and truly sorting out a couple of the finals games. Panthers, Warriors, now looking very likely in week 1 of the finals. Broncos, Storm, which I'm very much looking forward to. A full-strength Broncos, Storm. I was expecting the Panthers to hold back a little bit and try not to get injured, but nope, zero holding back, says Vopsy. Vopsy, I feel like we might see that in the second half. We might see a couple of players get wrapped up in cotton wool on the sideline, and we might see them just hold back a little bit now in the second half. Matthew S, 13 more points, and Penrith End with best defense and offense. Will be a nice achievement. That certainly would be. Best defense, best offense, top of the table, and let's face it, pretty damn likely to get the three-peat. And in all honesty, it probably should be a four-peat. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. If Cameron Smith were not retiring that year, there were some favours done in that grand final. Let me just put it that way. So the Panthers could easily have been going for 4 on a trot right now. Probably should have been. Captain Redbeard says, well, at least I have AFL. Who's your team in the AFL, mate? Not the Lions. Not the Brizzy Lions. Waste of Water Sports, same game multi. Looking pretty good at the moment. We've got Taruva. We got the Crichton To'o double. That was a big one. Kyle Felt, Dylan Edwards. You would have to say, based on what we've seen so far, Dylan Edwards looking the most likely. I've got a nasty little suspicion, though, that Dylan Edwards is not going to play the full 80. Which means we might be relying on Kyle Felt for that one. And Isaac Tungo, he's been very heavily involved, but struggling to see him getting over the line. He's playing well in his return, don't get me wrong, but he just seems to be feeding the outside rather than going for it on his own. Captain Redbeard says, no, not the Lions. You go for Essendon, but friends go for Melbourne, so I will be cheering Melbourne on with them. Fair enough. Edwards better score quick, says Vobsy. I 100% agree with that one. It would just make it'd make it safer. It'd just make that multi look a lot better. Has Nathan scored yet? He has not. No, Nathan Cleary has not scored. He got very, very close. He got very close. He was just half an arm's length away from scoring a try there in that first half. Just fell short. A very forlorn and quiet looking changing room, it must be said there, for the Cowboys. Waste of World of Sports All-Stars. Thank you very much, our All-Stars squad. The All-Stars squad made up of YouTube channel members that have clicked the join button, Super Chat donators, and Patreon members. Thank you very much to each and every one of you for your ongoing support, and you've well and truly earned your spot there in the Wasted World of Sports All-Stars team. James Jason Bourne, Justo the Orchestrator, Who's Your Caddy, Will, Kelly, Mr. Ed's Dead, The Knee Crumbler, Robert M, Gamer Mel, Aussie Mozzie, Farsi, Shack of Hearts, Obi, Vobsy, Captain Redbeard, and Arcade Angel. Captain Redbeard is still in the VIP All-Star squad because I didn't even realize that he was still a Patreon member whilst he was still a Patreon member, so I still owe him. So he's on the reserves bench there. I've had to relegate you to the reserves bench, but I must still honour a couple of months of all-star squad shout-outs. Captain Redbeard says, give it time. Nathan will score. There is a second half to go. I'm theorising here that Nathan Cleary and Dylan Edwards probably the two most likely to get a rest in this second half. That's what I'm suspecting. Who comes... Oh, hang on. There's the old Panther. The old Panther has said 1998. Cowboys came back from 26-0 to beat Penrith 36-28. Oh, what happened? Did Penrith get a penalty early in the second half and take the two? And then the Cowboys just went on a rampage. I don't think we can compare the 1998 Penrith Panthers to the 2023 version, though. I can't imagine the 2023 version leaking 36 points in the second half. But an interesting statistic nonetheless. I reckon my dad should change his YouTube name to the Old Panther. What does everyone else say? Vopsy says the Panthers players must have stayed in the sheds for an extra 30 minutes back then. Well, it's interesting. Mindset. I don't think the Panthers of 2023 will have any issues with mindset, but it is a crazy thing, isn't it? You go into the sheds up 26-0. It'd be so easy to just switch off and go, we've done the job. I think Ivan Cleary is too smart a coach, and the players are now too experienced to fall into that trap. I can't see it happening. $26 points to nil. Teams are back out for the second half. Sky, ahoy there. You may be late, but go Panthers. Better late than never, right? That's what I always say. Better late than never. As it stands right now, Panthers versus the Warriors in week 1 of the finals. Broncos versus Storm. Knights versus Raiders. Sharks versus Rooster. As it stands right now. But of course, the remaining games will have a say in what transpires between 5 to 8. Plenty of movement still to be had in those lower spots inside the top 8, that's for sure. Penrith get the second half back underway, leading by 26 points to nil. And just absolutely dominating the Cowboys at the moment. Slow play the ball here for the Cowboys. Probably appealing for a penalty. Not forthcoming. Mr. Edstead says, I was told I should be rooting for the other team. Oh, hospital pass from Chad over to Hiku. Hiku has done well to swivel around. Now Kyle Felt puts a chip in for himself, but Nathan Cleary is perfectly positioned and saves the day. And now Kyle Felt threatening to give away a penalty here. He's had his jersey pulled up over his head. Kyle Felt puts the chip in for himself. And Penrith solid in that first attacking raid from the Cowboys. And they're just getting a little bit lippy here, the Cowboys. They realise that their season is over. And they're a lot more interested in the niggle than actually playing the game. Penrith struggling to make meters here in this set, though. It's good defense from the Cowboys. Evac, Blue Ivy, ahoy there. Welcome along, and thank you very much for the follow, Evac, over there on Twitch. Cowboys with a very solid set of 6 there defensively, and they've earned some quality field position here early in the second half. I mean, they simply must be the next team to strike. They must be. It's going to be hard enough, if not impossible, to come back from 26-0, let alone more points. Mr. Ed's Dead says, that's an old hockey move. Pull the jersey over as you kick the shite out of them. I love those old hockey busts. Ice hockey, obviously, you're talking about, Mr. Ed's Dead. Big defense again from the Panthers in midfield. Liam Martin leading from the front. Charging upfield. Go the Cowboys. They're in striking range. Taumalolo, flat pass. And Griffin Neame is taken down. 5th and last, 10 out. Taumalolo playing dummy half. That's hilarious. The kick across field is tapped back from Felt. It's loose. The Panthers race up. It's still alive here for the Cowboys. Beware the second kick. Oh, it's 6 again. It's been 6 again called. 0 tackle. Cowboys can pile on more pressure here. Laybutt beats 1. Still going Laybutt. Now he's taken down. Tackle 1. Ruben Cotter on the crash ball. Cotter, Nelly. Centimetre short. Great goal line defense again from the Panthers. Taumalolo backing into the defensive line. They hold him up short. Solid defense here, Penrith. Now, Griffin Neame. More crash ball. And he loses it. Griffin Neame. Oh, it's gone up as a try. The try's been awarded. The ball has spilt out. The try's been awarded, but I dare say we've got a lot to look at here. There might be a lot to look at here. Griffin Neame has scored for the moment. Has he held on to this ball? Has he grounded this ball? It's gone up as a try. The referee and Griffin Neame both seem fairly confident that it's a 4-pointer. Oh, and it is. Well, there you go. Griffin Neame. How has he bent his arm in that way and managed to hold onto the ball and plant it down? Griffin Neame. That is a miracle try. Well, here we go. 4 points on the board early. Try confirmed. Conversion successful from Drinkwater. 26 points to 6. They needed something. They needed to be the first team to score, the Cowboys, and they are finally on the board. And it took a miracle, basically. I don't know how Griffin Neame has managed to bend his arm and contort it in such a way that he got over the line there. It seems impossible. Well, there'll be no resting players during this half if this keeps up. The try scorer, Neame. Geez, he's given the Cowboys a new lease of life. And they've definitely started the second half much more enthusiastic, the Cowboys. Have the Panthers just gone to sleep a little bit here to start the second half? Suddenly, it's the Cowboys charging upfield. Up over halfway on tackle 4. Quick play the ball. Front football. Chad kicks. He kicks early. It pops up for Dylan Edwards. And Edwards returns it. Panthers ball. A gift. An absolute gift-wrapped ball there from Chad Townsend. Taruva is driven backwards in the tackle. The Cowboys have just gone up a gear here. I mean, Lord knows they needed to, didn't they? They had no choice but to do it. They had to lift. I mean, their season is on life support. Fifth and last, Panthers on halfway. Cleary will put the kick in. Going for distance. A solid line of defense from the Panthers. And the Cowboys pinned. 12 out from their own line on tackle 1. Felt now with a head up. Remember, we've got now 33 minutes for Felt or Edwards to score. And that's a forward pass from dummy half. They get away with that one. We've got Felt or Edwards and Isaac Tungo. Anytime try scorers. Let's make it happen. I'm overdue for a win in the multis. Long overdue. Referee's just called held there as Taumalola pops the pass off. Fifth and last, he has to go back and play it. Chad puts it high. That's another decent kick from Chad. Taruva's under it though, and no pressure. Takes it with ease at the back. Peachy's up. Tyrone Peachy is up. He's about to be interjected into this game. Edwards getting involved. Cogger to Yo. Yo beats one. Cleary, he's going to chip in over the top on tackle 4. He finds space. The Cowboys have the ball back. $20 points the difference. They'll be disappointed about leaking that try there, the Panthers. Now racing up out of the line was Crichton. That's created space for the Cowboys down the right-hand edge. Hiku steps back in field. The sliding defense covers it off and shuts them down. You thought for a moment they had a chance there, though, the Cowboys. Now they still have life in them. Laybutt. Zach Laybutt will score. Oh, don't turn off just yet. The Panthers have just gone to sleep a little bit here. The Penrith Panthers have just nodded off. They need to wake up ASAP because the Cowboys have just scored twice inside the first 10 minutes. Oh, dear. Don't turn away just yet. Conversion successful. Dare to dream. Cowboys supporters, dare to dream. 26 points to 12. A long, long way to go. Vobsy says, why did your dad have to say that Cowboys came back from this exact scoreline? Exact situation. We can get very concerned, Vobsy, if the Panthers take a two-pointer at some stage here. Just looking a little bit fidgety up there in the Panthers coaching box. This is suddenly not going exactly to plan. After a blinding first half, the Cowboys have been invited back into this one as Somerton comes from the field, and that's why Peachy was up. I dare say Peachy has come on to replace Somerton at hooker. Look at the Cowboys charging upfield. Griffin Neem now. Fifth and last, 40 out from the Panthers line. Chad puts it high. Another quality kick from the Chad. Dylan Edwards, though, Mr. Reliable at the back. Panthers struggling to make meters, though. A very relieving penalty would be exactly what the doctor ordered for them right about now. Taruva doing some hard yards at the back with To'o and Crichton. And Edwards now getting involved, bringing it out of territory. But the Cowboys are just all over them at the moment. This has been a... Oh, what? God damn it. Fifth and last, 40 out from the Cowboys line. It goes back to Cleary. Cleary puts it high. The chase is a good one. Pressure at the back on Taulagi. Taulagi does extremely well there. Under immense pressure from Tango to hold on to that ball. 28 minutes to go. And it's still game on here. 14 points is still comfortable, but the Cowboys have proven that they can go back-to-back if given the opportunity. Leilua. Suddenly he's not so lippy. A little bit more ferocity in his runs. And just trading sets now. Waiting for a mistake. Waiting for some sort of opening. Both teams. Chad from just outside the 40. Gets a good purchase on that one. Dylan Edwards takes it on the full. Chad Townsend's game is just... his kicking game, especially, has just suddenly come to life. As this game has. Some nervous moments here for the Panthers. Still very, very clear out in front. But they're just opening some doors here. Yo now falls over. He slips. Isaiah Yo, just as he was winding up. And just struggling for go forward, the Panthers. They were just rolling into Cowboys territory throughout that first half. Fifth and last, Cogger with the kick this time. A straight line of defense awaits Scotty Drinkwater. Will says lost interest, but this score looks interesting. The Cowboys have just had a little mini resurgence through the opening 14 minutes of this second half. Can they go on with it? Cotter out the back to Dearden. Leilua tries to beat the defender, cannot. Fifth and last here, Cowboys. The kick from Chad on halfway. Yeah, that's a bit more like a Chad kick. A little pop gun over the top, straight down Dylan Edwards' throat. Dylan Edwards, he's beaten one. He's taken down by Tom Dearden. Keeping them pinned down here, though, the Cowboys. Stepping up defensively. The Panthers struggling to make meters all of a sudden. Taruva now. Out wide it goes to Crichton. Crichton beats the first defender. Still going Crichton. Pops the pass away. And it's a knock on. It's Scrappy at the back. Loose. I thought Crichton was away there. He pops the pass out and Zach Hoskin with the lost ball. It's slowly falling to pieces here for the Panthers. Don't go anywhere just yet. This game is still on. Cowboys ball off the scrum. Cotter. One out from the ruck. Tackle 3. Quick play the ball. Front foot ball here. Cowboys looking like a new team here in the second half. Drinkwater to Addin down the left-hand edge. It's kicked through by Taulagi. It pops up for Edwards. And Edwards now almost beats the first up defenders. But the Panthers once again pinned down inside their own territory. The second half, 17 tackles to 0 inside the Panthers half from the Cowboys. They have been dominating this second half. Getting themselves slowly but surely back into the contest. Bert Marinus, thank you. Wasted calling the game as it is, mate. Welcome along, Bert. Well, welcome back. Apparently, you've been here before. You've just advanced a level. Cowboys ball. Taulagi. Ban says the Cowboys in the first half. Buffering. The Cowboys in the second half. Dab City. Up over halfway they go again here, the Cowboys. Quick play the ball again. Robson out of dummy half. Space around the edges. Fifth and last. 40 out midfield. Chad puts another high ball up. Pressure on the Panthers here. Tohu takes it with ease. Brian Tohu. And just some worried faces here from the Panthers. They're struggling this second half to get into their groove. The cheerleaders are absolutely lifeless in the background. Here we go. Back onto the field comes Moses Leota. And will Moses Leota just add that spark? Tackle 4, Cleary from inside the 40. Finds some space in behind the line. It bounces. It's covered off by Taulagi, who now fires the ball across into midfield. But very nearly a 40-20 out of nowhere. Nathan Cleary just didn't get the bounce. He had the right idea, though, trying to swing the momentum for his team as Liam Martin walks down the sheds. And that is a huge loss for the Panthers if Liam Martin is scratched out. Tackle 4 now. McLean for the Cowboys. Very interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Liam Martin going down the sheds as Reuben Cotter spills the ball, and there's the mistake from the Cowboys. Their first mistake of the second half. And here is the invitation for the Panthers. A full set of 6 inside Cowboys territory for the first time in this second half. And here they go. This is their chance. Their first one of the second half. Can they make them pay? Big defense in midfield from the Cowboys, but the Panthers get the offload away. And now Cleary nearly spots a gap Cleary taken on tackle 2. Peachy from dummy half, steps 1, keeps it alive. Leota in midfield, pops the pass back, and now the Panthers just short of the line. Jack Cogger it is, a metre short on tackle 3. A loose pass out to the left. Fisher Harris, though, keeps it alive. Crichton has completely bamboozled Kyle Felt. Still alive here for the Panthers. Fisher Harris pops it back to Yo. Yo gets away from the Chad. Still going, Isaiah Yo. Tackle 4. Oh, this is frantic. 10 out from the posts in midfield. Fisher Harris out the back to Cogger, to Edwards. Edwards passes into the face of Taulagi, and it falls backwards for the Cowboys, but they are offside, and this is a penalty for the Panthers. Do they dare take the 2, Vobsy? Do they dare take the 2, remembering the statistic from earlier and the final score that it was that night? They don't surely dare take the 2 points here. They don't. They tap and go. And Leota charges forward. He's a metre short. You surely couldn't risk it. Yo. Fisher Harris cutting back on the inside angle. Tackle 2. Still in front of the post here. The Panthers. Leota with his second attempt at crash ball. Cogger on the left. Cleary now. Change of direction. Space out here to the right for the Panthers. Hosking keeps it alive to Cleary on the wraparound. Change of direction again. Cleary. Support from Edwards. Edwards beats 1. He's just short of the line. Dylan Edwards. Scrambling defense from the Cowboys keeps them out. Tackles up the sleeve though, the Panthers. Cogger just settles it in front of the posts. 2 meters out. 5th and last, Peachy to Cleary. Cleary holds it up for Crichton out the back. Crichton, pop pass to Turuva. Turuva beats 1 and scores in the corner. Has he put his foot on the sideline? If not, that is an absolute miracle from Sonny Turuva. It's going up as a try. Turuva, how has he scored? How has he stayed in the field of play? Let's have a look at the replay. Nathan Cleary out the back to Stephen Crichton. It's Crichton's pop pass. Turuva has just said, get out of here. Kyle Felt has just completely shrugged him off. Oh, it's a huge don't argue. Turuva just made Kyle Felt his prison bitch right there. And over in the corner he goes to score. Kyle Felt literally thrown into retirement by Sonny Turuva. Goodbye. You are eliminated from the Royal Rumble. That was incredible. A double for Turuva. A double from Turuva. 30 points to 12. Kick to come. The Panthers restore their lead. And all the Panthers supporters can just breathe a sigh of relief, because it was looking a little bit hectic there for about 20 minutes. But natural order is restored. The Panthers back on top. And potentially they can go back into cruise control now for the rest of this game. Blake Lyons, ahoy mate. How are you doing? Nathan Cleary, he has had some practice from out here. Strikes it. It's hooking back. It's hooking back. It's straight down the middle. 32 points to 12. Panthers back on top here. 20-point margin restored. Blake Lyons says, I'm sorry from yesterday. What happened yesterday? Stephen Crichton doing the Aaron Woods. Look at that. Who did it best, Aaron Woods or Stephen Crichton? Well, Crichton's literally nearly broken his leg in that. The short kickoff is attempted, and it's been knocked on from the Cowboys. Craig Beedman. Thank you, mate. Great call. Wasted. Cheers. Cheers. I'll drink to that. They tried the short kickoff there, the Cowboys. They've knocked it on. Still 16 minutes to go. Panthers could get more points here. A couple more tries would be nice. Edwards, Tungo, be great for my multi. Consolation try for the Cowboys, perhaps. Kyle Feldt, although it's hard to see that happening. Kyle Feldt's really been decimated tonight. Charles Lee Ray, ahoy there. Here they come again, the Panthers, into Cowboys territory. 30 out from the line on tackle 4, midfield. Peachy to Cogger, out to the left they come. Cleary straightens, almost goes through on his own, Cleary. Fifth and last. Cogger puts the crossfield kick in. Panthers tap it back, it's still fifth and last. Hoskin puts the grubber in for Tohu. It bounces up. The Cowboys get a boot to it and save the day. Tohu has very nearly scored there. The bunker has intervened and a goal line dropout. It's going to be a goal line dropout for the Cowboys. And now it's been overturned again. Okay. The bunker has changed their mind. The bunker intervened. Okay, so it was originally called a knock-on against the Panthers. How bizarre was that? It was originally called on-field as a knock-on against the Panthers. 20-meter restart for the Cowboys. The bunker intervened and said it's a goal line dropout. And then the bunker intervened again and overruled itself. The bunker just overruled itself and said, oh no, sorry, you're actually correct. It's a knock-on Panthers, 20-meter restart Cowboys. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that. The bunker has intervened and overruled itself. As the ball spills forward and Peachy picks up the loose ball. Panthers have it. Cleary on the front foot now. It's got Crichton out on the left. They're 30 out from the line again here, the Panthers on the attack. Cleary will kick on tackle 2. Edwards leading the chase. That's got to be a penalty try. That must be a penalty try. Dylan Edwards has been blatantly held back. Edwards was going to score. That was going to be another leg on my multi. Dylan Edwards has clearly been pulled back by the jersey there and prevented him from scoring a try. That would have been another leg of the multi. 13 and a half minutes for Isaac Tungo to get over. Dylan Edwards is going to run this in with ease, and he's held back once, twice. Twice he's been impeded. And this must be a penalty try. Dylan Edwards was going to score that under the post. He's been obstructed once, twice. Dylan Edwards scores that try. This is a clear-cut penalty try for mine. Well, it's going to go up. It's going to be no try, but it is a professional foul. And Reece Robson will be spending 10 minutes in the sin bin. Professional foul. Reece Robson is off to the bin. He's going to be having a seat for 10 of the last remaining 13 and a half minutes. Dylan Edwards has just been dead set robbed of a try, which is terrible for my multi. But it's a Panthers penalty, 10 out from the line, and the Cowboys are man down for the next 10 minutes. 6 again now, at the back to Edwards. Edwards dummies, puts his head down. Dylan Edwards wants that try that was stolen from him, but he is just short of the line. A metre out now, the Panthers. Cogger, the crash ball to Leota. In front of the post now. Peachy swirls around. It opens up for Cogger, but scrambling defense from the Cowboys. They're still a metre short. Here the Panthers tackle 3. Peachy fires it across to Cleary. Cut out pass to Edwards. Edwards inside line for Hoskin. Hoskin gets the arm free. Can't get the offload away. Tackle 4. 5 out from the line still. The Panthers. Leota on the crash ball. 5th and last. Here they come to the left, the Panthers. Cleary, dummies, it's the 5th and last. He gets free, Cleary. 6 again for the Panthers, and Cleary's lost the ball. Oh, has he scored? It's going up as no try. I don't think Cleary realised they had a 6 again call there. But we'll be coming back for a penalty to the Panthers anyway, if he's made a mistake here. Cleary goes down, reaches out. Cleary plants it down short of the line and it spills forward. Just short of the line and spills it forward there, Cleary. But I believe the referee said we're coming back for a penalty to the Panthers. Ban Poles says, I see you drinking. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers, mate. Viking Axe says, Cowboys robbed again, Dan. I think Viking Axe has been drinking as well. Well, Nathan Cleary seems pretty convinced that he has scored this one. And he has. Nathan Cleary has got his try. There we go. Everyone who had Nathan Cleary in their multi, congratulations, because god damn it, I had Dylan Edwards in mine and he was dead set robbed. If Isaac Tungo scores in the next 12 minutes, do you understand how furious I will be? Because that was my multi right before my eyes. Gone in an instant. So there we go. Nathan Cleary scores. 36 points to 12. Kick to come. Conversion successful. It is the Panthers up 38 to 12. Cowboys have got the ball though. Can they strike back? Space down the left-hand edge. Taulagi beats one. It's taken down in the cover defense from Hoskin. And Liam Martin, who's back on the field. Good to see Liam Martin back out there. 10.5 minutes to go for the Cowboys season. It'll take a miracle from here. Townsend to Drinkwater. Flat ball. Now some space. Hiku. Taken down. Desperation. Goal line defense. On the attack, though. Cowboys. Addin. With runners cutting back inside. Fifth and last. Chad puts the kick in. It pops up for Stephen Crichton. And Crichton beats one. Crichton still going. He's taken down Addin and Townsend. And Kyle Feldt get in and they're involved as well. Space now. That's a terrible pass. And it's over the sideline. The idea was right. The execution was awful. And the Cowboys will have the ball back. 9.5 minutes to go. A full set of 6 here for the Cowboys. 10 to 15 out from the Panthers line. The Penrith Panthers well in control of this one. 9 minutes to go. Can Kyle Feldt score here for the Cowboys and make my multi a little interesting? It would surely be nice. Here they go to the right-hand edge. Drinkwater fires the pass out. It's been intercepted by Crichton, and Stephen Crichton's away. Feldt comes across and shuts him down. He gets the pass to Cleary and support. They've still got front foot ball here, the Panthers. They're 40 out from the Cowboys line. Still going. Edwards beats one, beats two, pops it back to Peachy. They're still going, the Panthers. 30 out, 20 out. Peachy still going. And he's taken down from behind in a try-saving tackle from Granville. It's the 0 tackle for the Panthers. 10 out from the line. Off the back of the Stephen Crichton intercept. And now Cleary is swamped in midfield. They pick him up. They dump him down. Tackle 1, Penrith. Fisher Harris in at dummy half. Takes the charge on his own. Offloads. Penrith in front of the post here. Smith plays the ball. Peachy fires it out to Cleary on the right-hand side. Cleary to Edwards to Tohu. Tohu steps inside and Brian Tohu gets a double. And it's another try for the Panthers. 42 points to 12. Conversion to come. 7.5 minutes to go. When they switch on, it just looks so easy. And the Panthers machine rolls on. Tohu gets a double. Penrith have claimed the minor premiership and a week 1 finals matchup against the Warriors. Oh, Mariota Levi, welcome to the VIP squad. Thank you very much. Mariota Levi, the newest channel member here at the Wasted World of Sports. We're going to have to... Who's your team there, Mariota, by the way? We have to add you to the VIP All-Stars squad. So who's your team there? Let me know in the chat room. I'm gathering Panthers, perhaps. That'd be a wild guess at the Penrith Panthers. Jonah Pasetta. Ahoy there, mate. I'm joking. Ah, what are you joking about? Nathan Cleary from right beside the post to make it 44 points to 12. And he is successful. Penrith, they've dominated when they've needed to. 6 minutes to go in this one. 6 minutes left of the Cowboys season. Great news for the Roosters, this result. Of course, the Roosters sneaking into the top 8, and they could very well be a cheeky little dark horse. Short kickoff again here from the Cowboys. They tap it back, and who is there? Perfectly positioned. Sonny Taruva has had an absolute blinder of a game, it must be said. Liam Martin, there's a Mexican wave going around Panthers Stadium here. The crowd, they realise that it's game over. Isaac Tungo is on the bench. Well, there goes my multi anyway. Oh, it felt like it was within my grasp. It was right there. As Liam Martin tries to play the ball, Leilua has given away a penalty. The Panthers tap and go quickly. Can they crack 50? They probably want 50 here, the Panthers. Cleary to Cogger. Down the left-hand edge they come. Crichton beats 2, falls over, gets back up again. Crichton still going. Gets the offload away, Stephen Crichton. It's play on. They go back to the other side of the field now. The Panthers and Dylan Edwards, very uncharacteristic, drops the ball. Very uncharacteristic there from Dylan Edwards. He's filthy at himself for making that mistake. But 44 points to 12. Minor premiership wrapped up. Home final against the Warriors next week wrapped up. 4.5 minutes to go in this game. And the Cowboys will have a scrum. 15 out from their own line. And it has just been overall, apart from the first 15 or so minutes of the second half, it has been all Panthers. Just a completely dominant all-round display. Play on here for Leilua as he beats the first tackle. He is then put down, and Leilua is starting to get very dirty. Leilua is getting back into the niggle in back play. Bert Marinus says, wasted. Can you give my sister, a diehard Cowboys fan, mate, lost her partner 2 months ago from cancer. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Betty's her name. Cheers, wasted. Betty, so sorry for your loss. Cancer is, I mean, just what can you say? Just terrible. I lost my auntie to cancer several years ago now, but it still hurts, you know. It's such a terrible thing, and I'm so sorry to hear that that it has touched your life in that way. Very sorry for your loss, Betty, and cheers. Very unfortunate for the Cowboys tonight. But look, they'll bounce back next year, I'm sure of it. They've got a good squad, a good team, and who knows what'll happen in season 2024. So cheers to Betty. And in amongst all that, the Panthers with Luke Garner. Luke Garner has just gone straight through the gap. Oh, no, it's been called back. Wait just a minute. We thought the 50 was on, but the referee has other ideas. He's called the pass forward. The 50 was beckoning right there. The referee had other ideas. 2 minutes to go in this one. 2 minutes left. And the top 8 is now confirmed. The top 8 is official. The top 8 is now official. The Roosters are in. Now all that's left to establish The Knights play the Dragons coming up next. The Knights could secure 5th on the ladder. And then the Raiders and Sharks tomorrow, which will sort out the order of the bottom half of the table. But that's starting right up after this one. As soon as this game's over, we will have a quick break. The stream will stay active. We will have a quick break, and I'll update the graphics and everything for the next game. Dragons Knights coming up next. Taruva solid at the back. Once again under the high ball. Inside the last minute. So this is Bluebet Stadium. And there is the minor premiership. JJ Gilton and Shield ready to be presented to the Penrith Panthers. The Panthers have claimed the minor premiership. Peachy now breaks through. Tyrone Peachy, one to beat. Drinkwater wraps him up and dumps him down. They still might get the 50 here, the Panthers. 10 seconds to go. Front foot ball. Cleary puts the kick in for Taruva, and Taruva drops it over the sideline. But that'll be it. The Cowboys season is over. The Panthers have claimed the minor premiership. We now know the order of the top 4. Next week, in the first round of the finals, Panthers at home against the Warriors. Broncos at home against the Melbourne Storm. A blockbuster couple of games coming up there next week. In week 1 of the finals. Coming up right after this, Dragons versus Knights. In the last game of Super Saturday. The Panthers have secured the minor premiership. Back-to-back minor premierships for the Panthers. Quite an impressive run of wins for them. Waste of Water Sports, thank you so much for joining me for this one. We've got the Knights versus the Dragons coming up right after this. The stream will stay active. So if you're keen on the Dragons versus the Knights, stick around. I'm just going to pop off and update all the graphics and whatnot for the Knights-Dragons game coming up right after this. See you on the other side. His ass is hanging out as he makes a break upfield. Stepping back. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted World of Sports, welcome back. The presentation is happening. The Penrith Panthers are being presented with the JJ Gilton and Shield back-to-back minor premiers. 44 points to 12. Victors over the North Queensland Cowboys tonight. 10 minutes to go, and the Dragons will take on the Knights. I have been leaning towards the Dragons for the past week. Do I dare stick with that? I think I stick with the Dragons tonight. Dragons for the win. Okay. All right. Okay. She really wants to go back and... What are you after out there anyway, huh? Freedom. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Oi. The Penrith Panthers, there they are, Isaiah Yeo. And Nathan Cleary up there to receive the shield. Will says, I think the Knights are definitely a different team. Dan, you'd be mad to tip against them. No, well, look, Gagai out, Ponga out, Crossland out, Frizzell out. I also think they've had a huge run of Sunday afternoon games, and they won't know what to do with themselves playing a night game, basically. That's been my method of madness in the prediction. As the Panthers now get a team photo with the minor premiership trophy. Back-to-back minor premiers. So yes, Will, there is usually, I won't say always, but there is usually a method to my madness. Leaky9 with the super chat. Leaky9, thank you so much. Thanks for the year of great content. Up the Panthers. Celebrate the first time super chat from Leaky9. We certainly will. Thank you very much, Leaky9, for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciate you, mate. Hey, if you'd like to be added to the All-Star squad for that super chat, I'm assuming Panthers supporter. I'm gathering Panthers. I'll make sure that that next stream you are added to the Wasted Water Sports All-Stars there. Thank you very much for that. Once again, Leaky9. Immortal Wolf 21. Ahoy, mate. Go Panthers, good win. Ban Poles says, what if Penrith wins the grand final again? Well, I don't think there's any ifs about it, to be perfectly honest. I've been saying since the start of the season that Penrith will win again this year. And my prediction has been for about the past The past 7 or 8 weeks, I've been predicting Panthers versus Storm grand final. Panthers Storm grand final. That's been my tip for the past, 10 or 11 weeks or thereabouts. Pretty much when, even further back, I think I've been saying it from even further back, because the Rabbitohs were flying high up towards the top of the table. And everyone and the family pets were going on about the Rabbitohs. Rabbitohs are premiership favourites, they kept telling me. And I kept saying, you're having a laugh, right? You're joking. The Rabbitohs, they're not a premiership threat. Oh, they're dominating the competition at the moment. And like, yeah, they'll fall away. Here we are, round 27. I hate to say I told you so, but sometimes I do know what I'm talking about. But yes, it'll be interesting to see. I have been saying for quite a week that it will be Panthers versus Storm grand final. Will, you would love it if it was a Penrith Broncos grand final, I'm sure. I just can't see it happening, mate. In all honesty, I think the Broncos are probably a season or two away from being a legitimate premiership contender. And please don't take offense to that, because I mean, it's a compliment. I'm actually giving your team a compliment. I'm saying that they're going to keep building on what they've started this year and go on with the job. I just think it's a year or two too early for the Broncos. Absolutely no disrespect intended whatsoever. But, yeah, just a little bit too early for them, I feel. So there we go. The live ladder has Penrith, Brisbane, Melbourne, Warriors, Newcastle. Currently, they're in 5th. A win tonight will secure that 5th spot for the Knights. And it will sort another spot out for the finals next week. Should the Dragons get up, the Knights will have a nervous wait to see if they secure a home final or not. As a matter of fact, they might still actually get a home final. It'll just be a matter of who it's against. I actually do think the Knights have a home final regardless. So that would explain why they've rested quite a few of their stars. The Knights back to their traditional colours tonight. Dominic Young, look at the size of that human being. That is ridiculous. Is Dominic Young about 8 or 9 feet tall? That is a monstrous human being right there. Dom Young. Quality player as well. Dominic Young's off to the Roosters, isn't he? Or did I dream that? Sometimes I dream things randomly and think they've actually happened. I mean, that happens, right? That happens to everybody. Help me out here, chat room. I think that happens to everybody. You have a dream and it just feels so real. I'm like, Dominic Young is signed for the Roosters, yes? The Dragons, here they come out onto the field. Will says, if the Sharks win, they go into 5th, though. Only if the Knights lose. Only if the Knights lose tonight. If the Knights lose, then yes, the Sharks and the Raiders both have it all to play for tomorrow. If the Knights win, then they've locked in 5th spot. Hain Bagore. Hi, Penrith Panthers. Let's go. 2023 full support from Papua New Guinea. Well, the Panthers did indeed win. They wrapped up the minor premiership with an absolute spanking of the North Queensland Cowboys. Oh, I didn't get a chance to put a multi on for this game. That's a bit disappointing. Oh, well. Not to worry. There's always next time. Oh, Ben, in fantastic news for the standard of refereeing across the NRL, Ben Cummins is refereeing his final game tonight. That is fabulous news for the quality of referees across the competition. Sorry, that is absolutely terrible. That is so mean. Underway we go. The Knights will get first, but he is really terrible. Knights will get first use of the ball. This game is underway. Dragons, Newcastle. I am locked into my tip of the Dragons. And an early penalty to Newcastle. Up inside the 10 are the Dragons. Very little between these two teams with the bookmakers. Oh, a lot of people are on the Knights tonight. This is my chance. This is definitely my chance to strike back. All right, come on, Dragons. Don't let me down. Newcastle, though. Tackle 4, 20 out for the Dragons line. They will have the first opportunity. Very flat pass there. Fifth and last. Oh, they get a 6 again. A 6 again for the Knights. Oh, this is a horror start for the Dragons. This is not good. Oh, and the Knights are over. Jacob Saifiti. It is a dream start for the Knights. Wow, they couldn't have asked for a better start. A penalty off the first set of 6. And then they've scored off the very next set of 6. The absolute perfect start for Newcastle. And now I'm regretting my tip. Very, very early on am I regretting my decision to go for the Dragons. Wow. What an electric start for Newcastle right there. The hell was that? What an electric start for Newcastle. And the Knights looking to secure 5th spot there. On the table. Not even 3 minutes gone. And it's the Knights up 4 points to 0. Kick to come. Lockie Miller in for Kalen Ponga tonight, taking over the kicking duties also. Makes it 6 points to 0. Crazy start. Some very weak defense there in midfield. Billy Burns just throwing the arms out. Lackadaisical at best. The Knights up 6 points to 0 early. Boy, that has really, really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. Need to step up now, the Dragons. A penalty, 6 again. Piggybacking the Knights downfield. They can't give anything away this time. Better set of 6 defensively. There's the try scorer, Saifiti. 5th and last, Newcastle. They've kept them pinned down here this time. Back it goes to Gamble. He puts it high. No pressure at the back. Sloan. There's a wall of Newcastle defence awaiting him, though. Dragons disappointing start. Lomax taking charges out of territory. Amone goes through. Amone, they just hold on to him. And that's promising signs now for the Dragons. Looking to strike straight back. Hunt across the face of the defence. Runners cut back on the inside angle. It's Russell taken on the fifth and last. High ball. Kick chases through. It's tapped back by Lomax. And Ravalawa. Oh, that really looked like a struggle from Ravalawa to get down there. Hey, it's all right, Fobsy. Terrible start, but a long way to go in this one. And the Knights have not won here since 2009 or something like that. So, history is against them. And there is plenty of time left. It was a horror start though, wasn't it? Not the start we were after. But it's all good. Gamble out the back to Miller. Miller's got nowhere to go. Wrapped up by a couple of middle forwards there. Tackle 4 for the Knights. Flat pass. Fifth and last. Over halfway they go. Dragons. Wrap them up. Gamble puts the bomb in again. Sloan is back there. Also, Fairnay gets away from one. Fairnay gets away from two. That's a great kick return from Fairnay. Sloan now finds some space around the ruck. He's picked up and dumped. Put on his back. Hunt in a dummy half. Ravalawa charging forward. Big leg drive. This is better from the Dragons. Up over halfway. Tackles up their sleeve. DeBellin out the back to Hunt. Hunt's going to kick on the fourth. In behind the line. Miller gets back. Miller slides on the ball. He's driven back into the goal. No. Just stays in the field of play. Lockie Miller on tackle 1. No penalties here for the Dragons. No penalties. That should be the order of the day. Bradman Best. He's been in red hot form. Best. Dominic Young. What a bloody unit. Look at the size of that man. What a very big athletic man he is. Tyson Gamble now goes straight through. Some very feeble defense. Support everywhere. And they must score here, Newcastle. Oh dear. This is not good signs for the Dragons. $10-0. The Knights kick to come. Tyson Gamble had absolutely no right to break through there. A clean line break. Nothing was doing here. That's the thing. They were completely numbered up down the short side there, the Dragons. Totally numbered up. There was absolutely nothing on. And just some weak defense. Tyson Gamble, of all people. Tyson Gamble is not a large man. And he has just broken through with ease. And then there was support everywhere. He could have gone inside, outside, behind him. He could have dummied and gone on his own. There were options everywhere for the Knights. That was just way too easy. And that was completely out of nowhere. That was really, really terrible, that. Lockie Miller from right in front. 12-0 inside the first 10 minutes. Once again, the Knights are beating the clock. We've seen this before. The Newcastle Knights beating the clock. Hard to believe. Talk about being forced to eat your words. I had legitimately preseason. It's bold, clueless predictions when you make them preseason, isn't it? But I had legitimately said preseason that Knights were on for the wooden spoon for mine. I really did think that the Tigers and the Bulldogs would do better than they've done. And I had the Dragons were red hot for the wooden spoon, but I also had the Knights down there. Will says the Dragons have got nothing to play for. They fly out to the Maldives on Monday. Oh, really? They've booked their team holiday in already. Fifth and last here, the Knights. Oh, short side play. It's opened up everywhere. It's loose. But look at the gaps. If they get this ball out, it's on here. There are just gaps everywhere. It's called forward pass, and that saves the day for the Dragons. Jeez, it was on for all money there. If the Knights get that ball out. They don't want to be injured for their holiday, of course. Yes, of course, you don't want to get injured and miss the holiday to the Maldives. Vobsy says, Dan, do you think Ben Hunt will get his release eventually if he keeps playing below the level that he has the last couple of years? I mean, look, if he wants out, they should let him out. Realistically. The last thing that any club should want is a player, that doesn't want to be there. So the Dragons, if Ben Hunt does not want to be there, why keep him there? I don't understand it. So, I mean, if he does want out, they really should just let him out. But speaking of Ben Hunt, there is a grubber kick through, and that is a result. Welcome along there, Lucas Komane. Lucas Komane or Lucas Komane. Go Knight. Bobsy says that's what I thought, but they don't want to release. I know, right? It makes no sense. It really makes no sense. Ben Poles says, I've never seen the Dragons have a good player. Ben, you must be relatively new to the sport, then, I'm assuming. A relatively new NRL supporter, or? From the dropout, the Dragons have the ball. They simply must be the next team to score. Hunt. Out the back to Amone. Inside pass. Billy Burns. Chopped down. Amone again. Oh, you've been supporting for 4 years. Okay, then you have never seen a good St. George Illawarra team. They used to be really, really good, Ben, back in the day. An extremely good club. Now the kick through. Lockie Miller at the back. Swoops on it. Great legs tackle. Puts him down. Knights have the ball, though. Oh, the Knights used to be the team to beat for a while there. Some great players. Regularly in the finals, quite regularly in grand finals. Some great players have gone through the club. Gamble on the fifth and last, puts the kick in behind. It skids on, sits up for Sloan. Sloan's got nowhere to go. $12-0 here to the Knights. Sorry, I wish it was to the Dragons. They've dished up absolutely nothing so far to start this game. The scoreboard has the timer has finally overtaken the Knights on the scoreboard. The Knights are now trailing the time, which has taken the lead 13-12. Dragons ball, though, inside Newcastle territory. A couple of tackles left. Hunt with the flat pass puts the player into space, and then Russell spills it forward. Just when things were looking promising, the error is made. Oh, their captain. Are they captains challenging this? Their captains challenging. A captain's challenge here. Have the Dragons. The Dragons. That's a loose carry, and they're going to lose this challenge. And the Dragons have just burnt their captain's challenge nice and early in this game. Absolutely unbelievable. Just when you think things can't get any worse. Challenge unsuccessful. They have burnt their challenge for the night, the Dragons. Redfern, says Popsy. Oh, God. Good old Renford. Vopsy says, if I was Sloan, I would get on the phone to my manager and try find a better team where they can still get a start. Where he can still get a start. Like Canberra or something. Absolutely. Absolutely. He's well worth it. Terrell Sloan is probably like the one shining light in this team at the moment. 25 and a half minutes left in this first half, which has been all Knights so far. Really did think that the Dragons would put up a bit of a better display here in their last game of the season. Fifth and last now, Newcastle. Gamble on the short side, puts a great kick up. Dominic Young's up, wins the race for that ball. It's still the fifth and last. Saifidi pops it back. Still the fifth and last. Beware the second kick, although not if it's as garbage as that. And the Dragons come away with the ball. Ravalawa bumps off one. They come back at him. Put him down. Laurie with the hit up. Lucas Comain, Port Moresby, PNG. Here go the Dragons now. A great dart. Fifth and last. They're inside Knights territory. Sloan with the kick. How's the chase? No good. Marzu is back there and takes it easily, uncontested. Bradman Best put a perfect escort up. And it's Knights ball once more. Dominic Young still charging forward. They are just easing themselves into this game here, the Dragons. A kick on the fourth from inside the 40. Sloan's back there, takes it on the full. No threat of a 40-20. And now the kick return from Sloan. He's into space. Steps inside, but is taken down from behind in the cover defense. Dragons now. Here's an opportunity. Ravalawa fires up. They've been gifted a chance here. They need to take it. Keeping the ball alive. Molo's got it in midfield on tackle 3. They must make the Knights regret that decision to kick early. Oh, but speaking of kicking early, Ben Hunt puts it over for himself and scores. Oh, Ben Hunt scores. No wonder they're not letting him go anywhere. It's the Ben Hunt show. He's done it all on his own. Kick and chase, gets the bounce, scores the try. They're back in at the Dragons. Oh, God. 'Zach Lomax from right in front to make it 12 points to 6. The Dragons are back. $12 points to 6. That's a hard kick for Lomax, reckons Vobsy. Oh, God. You would sincerely hope not. My theory is always if I back myself to be able to kick it, then it's pretty easy for them. That's always my theory. Cowboys. Knights get us back underway. 21 minutes to go till the halftime break. The Dragons have kept this half alive, this game alive, with that converted try. I still think that we should do a special for the... because we never did a 1,000 subscriber special. YouTube channels are supposed to do a 1,000 subscriber special. I still think we should do like a Dan versus Michelle kickoff down at the park or something, just for a laugh. I mean, I would obviously win that one, but still, it could be a laugh. The Dragons just starting to ease into this game, and they're looking a little bit more promising now as it continues to roll on. A shame for them about the start. Giving up a 12-point lead to begin with was certainly not ideal. But they've just got themselves a little bit of momentum and front foot ball here. Keeping the Knights at bay. Gamble with the high ball from inside his own half. Once again, Sloan is there to take it on the full. Out of territory now come the Dragons. 30 out from their own lines. Zach Lomax. Nowhere to go. Blake Laurie. Inside pass. Up over halfway they go. Out the back it is. Amone. Billy Burns runs the angle back inside. Fifth and last. Hunt. 40 out from the Knights line. Puts it high. How's the kick chase? It's lost forward by Lomax, and it'll be Knights ball. Zach Lomax with the dropped ball. Bobsy says, I reckon we re-watch the 2015 grand final with Michelle for the 1K celebration video that never was. Now the Knights spread it. Dominic Young. Great legs tackle out there. They march into Dragons territory, though. 40 out from the line. Knights just getting themselves some territorial advantage again here. 5th and last. Down the short side again. Gamble puts it high. Pressure on Sloan at the back. Sloan takes it well. Now the Dragons. Oh, the ball is just spurted out the front. And that's a huge, huge mistake. They have done so much hard work to get themselves back into this contest. And that is a huge mistake that's just invited Newcastle back into enemy territory. I reckon 2016 was the best grand final. Complete bias, by the way. Lockie Miller off the back of the scrum. Still going, Miller. Taken down, 10 out from the line. 5 tackles up their sleeve here. The Knights, Saifiti. They're keeping it close to the post here, Newcastle. 5 out. Out to the right they go. It's intercepted. Billy Burns, is it, who's got in amongst it? A great reflex catch in the slip cordon there from Billy Burns. And the Dragons survive. It's still on here, still on. 16 minutes to go until the break. That was a very important turnover for the Dragons. A huge moment in the context of the game. Fifth and last, putting the ball high. Billy Burns has been good. One of the few shining lights for the Dragons in pretty much, I won't say season long, but certainly in recent weeks. Will says Broncos versus Cowboys grand final was the best one I've been to, but Canberra 1989 was probably the best I've seen. Newcastle just stampede back into Dragons territory here. A couple of tackles up their sleeve. Gamble runs it to the line. Out to Tuala on the 5th and last. 30 out. Gamble puts the kick high. Crossfield. Bradman Best chasing. Ravalawa has knocked the ball on. No, he hasn't. It's a penalty. It is a penalty to the Dragons. Bradman Best has given a shove. Yes, a very clear shove on Zach Lomax there. He has shoved Lomax into Ravalawa and created a dangerous situation there for sure. Very, very much needed a relieving penalty for the Dragons. And they will start this set 35 metres out from their own line. 6 points behind. They've only got themselves to blame for that deficit. Now winding up the legs, Dan Russell holds onto the ball this time as well, which is a bonus. Out to the left they go. Amon. Wrapped up, driven backwards. Solid defense from the Knights over on that side of the field. Hunt just shovels it along. And Michael Molo gets a wedgie in midfield and is taken down. 30 out. A couple of tackles left. Out the back to Hunt. Hunt. Short ball to Lomax. Lomax is wrapped up by Best. 5th and last. Hunt with the crossfield kick. Dominic Young is not the man to kick at. Although he didn't get involved in that. But the Dragons, they're just getting themselves in amongst it now. They're getting involved in the game. I don't think a crossfield kick to Dominic Young's edge is necessarily the smartest idea in the world. He didn't get involved in that play, but my God, why kick to the most gigantic man on the field? Twelve and a half to go until the break. Marju with a great run. No, I didn't get a chance to put a multi on for this one, Vopsy. I had half an hour to kill between the Warriors game and the Panthers game, but there was only like 10 minutes in between the Panthers game and this one. So I had no chance, unfortunately. Not that it really matters because my multis are not paying off this year. I won some killer multis last season. So much so that I considered actually doing betting videos for season 2023. I'm so glad I didn't, because I would have looked quite foolish. I think I've only won like 2 multis, 2 or 3 across the entire season this year. It's been a ridiculously poor year on the same game multis. You won 700 in a multi in round 2 this year. Yeah, very, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, mine was pretty early on as well. One of my wins was pretty early on, and then there was nothing, and then I was like, I'm back. And then nothing ever since the second one. Dominic Young sticks a foot out. He's offside surely there. That is surely offside for the Knights. How have they got away with that? Dominic Young has poked the foot out. Croker is surely in front of him. He's a mile offside there, Croker. And now the ball spills out. The rugby league gods have interjected themselves. The rugby league gods looking out for the game as always. And the Knights spill the ball. Dragons have it back. A little bit of justice there. Murdoch Marcelo with the hit up. The Dragons, they're 20 out. On tackle 2. Hunt. Flat pass. Nowhere to go for Couchman, but straight to ground. They're in front of the post here, the Dragons. Tackles up their sleeve. Amon steps inside. Taken down. Tackle 4. They stay on the left-hand edge. No, they cut back now. Billy Burns. Back towards the posts. 5th and last. 9.5 to go to the break. Oh, Fred, that's a dead set shocker. Who was that? What a goof. What an absolute goof. From dummy half, he has put the grubber kick in. The grubber kick has gone about 74 meters over the dead ball line. It was way too heavy. And that was just a disastrous piece of play. And he's very lucky, whoever it was, that I didn't see a number on the jersey to know who it was that just did that. Whoever it was, dead set goof. You know what I should do next year, Vopsy, if you're still there? I just had a thought. I should have, next year, we need to keep tabs on all these moments that I'm calling people a goof throughout the course of a game. And we need to have the Wasted World of Sports Goof Hall of Fame. There needs to be an actual award for the Wasted World of Sports Goof of the Year. It's obviously too late this season as the Knights now, Marju will score. Marju will score in the corner and put the Knights further ahead, and that is on the back of a terrible mistake at the other end, giving away the 7-tackle set. Oh, God, the Dragons were getting themselves back into this game, and then Goofy Magoo, whoever it was, he is so lucky that I didn't see a number, gives away the 7-tackle set, and the Knights come back down the other end of the field and score at the back end of it. Inexcusable, really. And the Knights extend their lead. And it's been very disappointing from the Dragons, to say the least. From the sideline, Lockie Miller, his toughest conversion of the night. Bobsy asks, does this change the ladder at all, this game? So basically, this game is the Knights essentially playing to guarantee 5th spot. If the Knights lose this game, they can be overtaken, as Miller hooks this one quite badly past the near upright. 16 points to 6 it remains. So the Knights are essentially playing to guarantee 5th on the ladder. If they lose, then either the Sharks or the Raiders, I believe, both could potentially overtake them. So the Knights could fall as low as 7th. They're currently in 5th. This match is to secure 5th spot. Hang on, let me just have a look and confirm that what I'm saying is actually accurate. Yes, okay. It is totally accurate. Right. So if the Knights win, they've guaranteed that they finish 5th. If they lose, whoever wins from the Sharks and Raiders leapfrogs them into 5th spot. The Knights would finish in 6th. So there you go. The Knights are playing to guarantee 5th spot. So Sharks most likely finish 7th and Roosters finish 8th. Well, let's say that the Knights go on and win this game, which is looking quite likely. So they guarantee 5th spot. The Raiders have not lost to the Sharks in the last 9 or 10 matches. So it's hard to see why that would change this time around. So I've actually got the Raiders winning that game. So the Raiders would jump up into 6th, pushing the Sharks down to 7th and the Roosters to 8th. So it would be the Knights in Newcastle against the Roosters in week 1 of the finals, and it would be the Raiders in Canberra hosting the Sharks. So yes, exactly what you said. Exactly as you presented it. Sharks most likely 7th and Roosters 8th. Should the Knights go on to win this one. If the Knights lose this, if the Dragons pull this one out of the bag, then the Raiders would jump above the Knights. So you would have Raiders versus Roosters in week 1 of the finals, and you would have Knights versus Sharks. Fifth and last here for the Dragons. Lomax is chasing through. Lomax takes the ball. Lomax just had to reach out and plant it down over the line. It spills forward and Bradman Best races away upfield. A try has gone begging there for Lomax and the Dragons. It is just not falling their way, is it? Boy, the Knights have been getting a world of luck go their way over the past 8 or so weeks. It's been ridiculous to see. Not only have they been getting all the calls in their home games on a Sunday afternoon, but they're getting every single bounce of the ball over the past 8 weeks or so as well. It is really amazing the run that they're on. It takes some skill, of course, to take advantage of it, but boy, they've had some luck. 16-6 it remains. Ravalawa nearly made a complete meal of that. And the Dragons. Oh, Vobsy, I took one look around that stadium in that Knights Sharks game the other week. Because I'd never really watched the Knights games before. A forward pass now on halfway just sums up the Dragons' season, essentially. Yeah, I watched that Knights. That's the sellouts back-to-back weekends. And I kind of went, okay, this actually makes sense now why the NRL would love to have a finals game in Newcastle. This actually makes perfect sense. All the calls that they've been getting go their way. It makes sense. The NRL would love nothing more than a finals game in Newcastle. So it all just started to... I mean, you hate to suggest that this sort of thing goes on, but, I mean, come on. The almighty dollar... The almighty dollary-do. You can't tell me that the people in charge don't go to sleep with dollar signs in their eyes watching those Newcastle crowds. And that goes hand in hand with the calls that they've been getting go their way week in, week out to get them there. Well, there is a huge mistake. A big let-off for the Dragons approaching half-time. Shack of Art says you'd be a fool to think that financial incentive doesn't influence games. It's unfortunate, but... It's very unfortunate, but it's hard to ignore. Very hard to ignore. You'd really like to think it isn't true, but... Very hard to ignore, isn't it? The Dragons, I would say the Dragons probably, whilst they'll be very disappointed with the display that they've put up, going into the break only what a big charge! Who was that? Tyson Gamble has just been put on his buttocks with a big charge. And now, numbers out to the right. Ravalawa in space. Great tackle around the shoulders by Adam Clune, of all people, on the big man. There's still a chance here to score again before halftime. What a bonus it would be. One more play left for the Dragons. Fifth and last, they're a metre out. What can they come up with? Hunt out the back to Amone. Amone runs it to the line. Short pass to Sloan. And Sloan is tackled on the fifth and last. But despite the fact they'll be very filthy with themselves for how they've played in this first half, you would have to think that 10 points difference, I wouldn't say that the Dragons would be deflated by this. And I dare say that that's what Ben Hunt is trying to fire them up about. as they go into the sheds. They're still in striking distance. They probably don't deserve to be within striking distance the way they've played. But they are. 16 points to 6 here at halftime. Waste of World of Sports. 3 games in. I am really struggling to keep my voice, but we will keep powering on. I'm going to have a quick break for halftime. We'll be back to recap that first half and see what's what right after this much needed break for me and my voice. All right. 16 points to 6 in favour of the Knights. Hard to say just how happy they will be about that. You feel like they kind of dominated and probably should be ahead by a little bit more. The Dragons, boy, they were awful for large chunks of that. They might actually, believe it or not, go into the halftime sheds the slightly happier of the two teams. Understandably, they're behind on the scoreboard by 10, but it should have been so much more. The Knights have been far from convincing, apart from their rapid start in that opening little sequence. Vobsy says, Dragons comeback, I'm calling it. I certainly hope you're right there, Vobsy. Final score, 22-20, Dragons way. Oh, I would hate for it to be that close. It would suck to be that close. That would be painful stuff. I would hope for a Dragons blowout in the second half. In their favour, of course. Naturally speaking. But we'll see, we'll see. I mean, look, the season was over for me anyway in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest. Anything that I get now is essentially just a bonus. So we'll see how it goes. Second half coming up. Only 10 points the difference. They won't be devastated by the margin. I dare say they'll be devastated by what they've dished up, though. It's been terrible. Especially this moment here. Tyson Gamble just went straight through. And just options everywhere for the Knights to get their second try there in the 8th minute. 12 points to 0. They were up inside the first 10. And that kind of adds a little bit of perspective, I suppose, to the way things went. After that initial burst out of the gates, the Dragons have run with them. But we do hope that you're right there, Vobsy. Dragons come back. Oh, nice. Yes, we do have a Wasted World of Sports Rugby Union World Cup. I'll actually need to do a video about that, advertising it. I really haven't been advertising it at all. Honestly, I'd kind of forgotten about it. I'm glad you reminded me. The Wasted World of Sports Rugby World Cup tipping contest is up and running. It's from the official Rugby World Cup website. I'll do a video or a community post or something about it. We'll give plenty of opportunity to jump on and join that one. And we'll see how that goes. Should be, theoretically, one of the most exciting Rugby World Cups, certainly of this newer generation. There are a few teams more than capable of winning it. And that's what you want. You want a little bit of uncertainty. Vobsy, if you predict one game correct, you'll be shocked. Pretty much just, go for the All Blacks. You're bound to get at least one right. That'd be my tip. Stacks on the All Blacks, stacks on the Springboks. And if you do, and against the Wallabies, no, look, I think the Wallabies will be all right. They're obviously going terribly at the moment, but look, the Wallabies' first game is against Georgia. I would be stunned if the Wallabies lost that game. I mean, that would be the upset of the ages. And, Australia's big game will be against Fiji. I feel like that game against Fiji potentially determines the outcome of that group. But when it comes to Rugby World Cups, the Wallabies do seem to get themselves up when they need to. They always get out of their pool, so yeah, I don't think you'll end up on 0. Let me put it that way, Vobsy. I don't think anyone will end up on 0 points. Semi Radradra walks all over the Wallabies. Look, I've had faith in Fiji in the past. The last Rugby World Cup as well. They didn't come through. They got close, but not close enough. I think we'll probably see something very similar. They will put up the fight for 65 minutes or so, and they just won't have the legs to take it all the way. Funnily enough, Wasted World of Sports was actually started 4 years ago in the 2019 Rugby World Cup. It was never meant to be an ongoing thing. It was something that I set up purely for the Rugby World Cup that year, back in 2019. So there's an interesting little tidbit about the Wasted World of Sports. Actually 4 years old, but it was only ever meant to be a one and done Rugby World Cup thing. Here we are 3-4 years later, following the NRL seasons. So there you go. Teams back out for the second half now. Oh, she likes to claim credit for it, so let's let her have it. But not exactly, but also not completely untrue. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense. She likes to claim 100% responsibility for it, but that's not quite the full story. But yeah, let's let her have it. Second half about to get underway. The Knights with the kickoff. Dragons. Broncos fan behavior. Exactly right. The Dragons, what a statement it would be if they can be the first team to score in this second half. I mean, I would go out on a limb here and say it's almost a necessity. I am going to throw that out there, and I'm going to say it's pretty much a necessity. They do need to be the first team to score in the second half here, the Dragons. Trailing by 10. But plenty of time left. Fifth and last it is. Where's Ben Hunt? There he is on the short side. Puts the ball high into the night sky. Pressure at the back. Lockie Miller takes it, looks up, looking for support. Miller, dummies, goes on his own. The Knights pinned down here. 10 out from their own line. That's a good run from Marju, though. He is a solid player there, Greg Marju. Young now, drawing in 3 defenders, and still he marches forward. Both teams getting through their first set. Tackle 4 for the Knights. Still one up their sleeve. Fifth and last now, just shy of the halfway line. Better defense to start here for the Dragons. And most importantly, not giving away any penalties. Although maybe, just maybe, oh, geez, they got away with that. I thought for sure that was going to be a penalty. A lazy arm out around the shoulders of Tyson Gamble. Puts him down after the kick. That could easily have been a penalty. It was completely unnecessary. They get away with it, though. Oh, geez, that was some risky business. Here go the Dragons now in midfield, playing out to the left-hand edge. And they go into Knights territory. 40 out from the line on tackle 4. Amone running across field, linking up now with Hunt. Sloan's in the line. Lomax is crunched and spills the ball forward, Lomax. And there is an error to start the second half. Only their second set of 6, and the Dragons have coughed it up. And this is great field position now for the Knights. Leading by 10, tackle 1 on halfway. There will be an attacking kick at the back end of this set to potentially put themselves even further ahead. Lomax is completely signed out. He is completely checked out as Lockie Miller nearly steps through. He's taken down by Amone. Tackle 3 here for the Knights. Gamble runs across field. Falling as Bradman Best. He gets up. He goes again. Flick pass out to Marju. Marju takes on Lomax. Flicks the pass out to Clune. It's still live ball here for the Knights. They must score and do. That was just way too easy. Brown scores. Oh, that was just nonsense. Absolute nonsense. For the Dragons, terrible defense. Non-existent defense. I can't believe what I've just witnessed. This is ridiculous. There are so many. Okay, there's the first time that play should have ended. There's the second time that play should have ended. It's still play on here. There's the third time this play should have ended. And the Knights have scored. Such a simple try. There's so many opportunities for that play to end. And as easy as you like. Over go the Knights to extend their lead. And the oh, he's short of the line there, actually. And his momentum in the tackle carries him over. He has gone, he's short initially. He is tackled short. Momentum carries him over. And that will be a try. $22 points to 6. It's about to be. And the Dragons just disappointing, to say the least. So long left in this game. I don't even know if we go through the whole thing, to be perfectly honest. It's hardly worth it. Vobsy says, Dan, who would you consider the dark horses of the Rugby Union World Cup? I would be keeping an eye on Ireland, personally. Because I don't think Ireland are necessarily considered one of the favourites, one of the front runners, but they're certainly more than capable of knocking any of the top teams off on their day. I mean, they spent a period of time over the past couple of years as the number 1 ranked team ahead of the All Blacks. As a matter of fact, they may actually... no, I'm not sure that they are. I was going to say they may actually still be so, come to think of it. Although I believe the All Blacks may have reclaimed number 1 ranking now. Let's have a look. World Rugby rankings. I think New Zealand may have... no, Ireland are still number 1 in the world. Hang on, is this correct? Oh, yeah, because the All Blacks just got spanked by South Africa in a warm-up game. Okay, so Ireland are still number 1 in the world. New Zealand have dropped down to 4th. South Africa have moved up to 2nd, and France up to 3rd. Scotland are in 5th, Argentina in 6th, Fiji 7th, England 8, Australia 9, Wales 10. Could England win? No. Well, I mean, look, here's the thing. The Rugby World Cup, you never say never. Because the format and the way that the draw works, the way that the draws are determined so far out, and they're based on the world rankings at the time, that what happens is you always inevitably end up with a completely lopsided Rugby World Cup draw. We end up with situations where so many of the teams that could win end up on the same side of the draw, knock each other out. You always end up with somebody that doesn't really deserve to be there. So it's very awkward sometimes trying to predict the Rugby World Cups because it is so lopsided on the draw. And it's happened again this year. There are so many teams on one side of the draw that are just going to knock each other out at the finals time. England could potentially sneak in to the final. It's not... Look, I mean, realistically, England should be no chance. But just the way that everything is put together, it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world if they did sneak in there. That said, I don't think they would win. I mean, they might make it to the final, but it would be against South Africa or somebody, and I just, I can't see them winning that. England are just not, they're just simply not playing well enough at the moment. I would even have, so lopsided is the draw, and so ridiculous is the draw, the Wallabies are almost dark horses themselves to make it at least to the semi-final, which is just a ridiculous thought for a team that hasn't won a game yet this season. But so lopsided and so unbalanced is the draw, it's a dead set real possibility that the Wallabies get to the semi-final at least, if not the final, because all they have to do come semi-final time is put on one good performance. And suddenly they're there, and Lomax spills the ball. Zach Lomax has checked out. No, New Zealand are actually on the heavy side of the draw. They are in the same group as France, the host nation. So and they're either going to be playing a quarterfinal against South Africa, who just spanked them, or the dark horse Irish. The All Blacks have got a really wicked draw. And that's wicked in a bad way. They are going to have to really do it tough. No, it's done by world rankings, Vopsy, but the world rankings, it's based on the world rankings from like a long time out. It's a long period of time out. Like they don't create the pools based on where the world rankings are right now. It was like 4 years ago, straight after the last Rugby World Cup. And 4 years is a long time in sports. World beaters 4 years ago might be down in the doldrums by now, you know what I mean? But because they were world beaters back then, they're considered a high rank in the future draw. It's just a really crap setup. It really is. Because, I mean, it's forward planning, and I understand it. I understand it's forward planned for ticket sales and whatnot and all of that. So I totally get it from that perspective, but it just creates a severely unbalanced and just ridiculous situation where you've got France and New Zealand who are two heavyweights of world rugby at the moment. and they're in the same pool. You've got Ireland and South Africa, who are also like top level potential winners, grouped together in the same pool. You've got England and Australia, who 4 years ago were like, England were really good 4 years ago, made it to the Rugby World Cup final. Australia were just a run-of-the-mill average team that were capable of beating anybody on their day. They're in a pool together, but 4 years has passed. Now they both suck. Well, I mean, they're not in a pool together. They're on the same side of the draw. Australia are in a pool with Wales, Fiji, Georgia, and somebody else that's completely irrelevant. But yeah, England and Australia, because of where they were 4 years ago, are top rankings in their respective pools, whereas they really shouldn't be. Vobsy says also, did Marika Korombete play rugby league for the Tigers? I'm not sure. No idea about that one, I'm afraid. But anyway, back to this game, as the Dragons have made a complete and total mess of it again. 22 points to 6. The Knights well and truly on top in this contest. But yes, I don't think Australia are any realistic threat of winning the Rugby World Cup, but yeah, they could certainly go a lot deeper into the tournament than people realise, just because of the way it's structured. High kick here on the 5th and last. Sloan plants himself under it and takes it. There's still plenty of time left in this game, but the problem for the Dragons, Zach Lomax needs to be hooked. He really does. I mean, honestly, the coach is surely watching this and seeing it as well. The coach is surely watching this and going, he's so heavily involved in the game, Lomax, but he has completely checked out. He is a liability out there at the moment. Here we go now. Dragons, front foot ball. Space out. Oh, Sloan has just coughed it up. Oh, he's done well to regather it. 5th and last. Lomax puts the kick up. It's a shocker. It's absolutely pointless. He's done well. He's chased it down. It's touched. It's 6 again. Here's a chance for the Dragons. Out to the left they go. Fierney is taken and driven over the sideline. Surely that was a second tackle effort. Oh, the Dragons, they just can't help themselves at the moment. My God, this is a hard watch. This is such a hard watch. They just got 6 again. And now they've turned it over on tackle 0. Painful to watch. Wow. Yoy, 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 yoy. Oh, Vopsy, the Knights have rested quite a few. Crossland, Gagai, Ponga. Although I think Ponga's probably injured, to be fair. Frizzell. They've rested a few. Kick over the top. They've let it bounce there, the Knights. Dragons secure the ball. And they get a penalty. All right. 23 and a half minutes to go. Time to turn this around, Dragons. Overdue to turn this around. Time to fire up. Dallin takes the first hit up. Second tackle, a metre out. Amon, dummies, goes on his own. Third tackle, a metre short of the line. Dragons still have the ball. Can they come up with something? Anything? Dallin out the back to Hunt. Hunt with the crash ball. That's all they've got. Crash ball. They need a little bit of variety. Dallin in midfield again. Now to Hunt. Double pump. Crash ball. Sully has a go this time. Fifth and last. Hunt with the crossfield kick. It's perfectly placed. It's tapped back by the Knights. It'll be a goal line dropout. A result for the Dragons. Watch the short dropout. Goal line dropout here, Newcastle. Do they dare go short? Yes, they do. And it's not going to make the 10. Oh, my God. Everything just going the Knights' way. Everything just falling the Knights' way. That's the biggest load of bollocks I've ever seen in my life. Everything is coming up Newcastle the back end of the season. Except for that, the rugby league gods have stepped in again. The rugby league gods have stepped in again. Can the Dragons take advantage? The rugby league gods have had their say. Mel, ahoy there. Steph landed safely in Queensland. She wasn't allowed to fly the plane, though. Well, probably good news, yes. Probably good news. Good news that she landed safely, and probably good news she wasn't allowed to fly the plane. I mean, I don't know. She could have a pilot's license for all I know. They still don't let you fly the plane, though, do they? Just randomly. It's all right. I've got my pilot's license. I'll be fine up there. Oh, not a problem then. Welcome to the cockpit. And there's the mistake forced. It's gone backwards, says the referee. Fifth and last, the Dragons will still have one play at it. Hunt, cut out pass to Lomax. Lomax puts on his variation of a goose step, puts the worst goddamn kick in the world up. They've kept it alive, though, somehow. Scrappy doesn't even begin to describe this. The kick in. Behind Dominic Young. It bounces awkwardly. A horror bounce. Once again, the bounce of the footy favours the Knights. Oh, that was a complete and total mess, though, from the Dragons. And this is just putting a horrible, upside-down, distorted, backwards exclamation mark on my tipping this season. It's just all gone awry. Do they go short again here, the Knights, with the goal line dropout? Yes, they do. And once again, it fails to go the 10 on the fly. And they come away with the ball once again as well. It's just, oh my God. I haven't seen one team get the complete rub of the green and every single bounce of the footy since the Cameron Smith, Billy Slater, Cooper Cronk, Melbourne Storm spine-led team. and it is painful viewing. Ernest Darba, ahoy there, mate. Welcome. Watching from PNG. Very nice. Everything falling the way of the Knights here tonight. Fifth and last on halfway. Gamble, they're going to run it. Oh, they're going to run it, but he wasn't expecting it. Keeley had his head down. He was ready to chase the kick, but the kick was not incoming. Tyson Gamble has decided to pass it instead. He's not even watching. Boom. Oh, crap. Suddenly there's the ball in front of me. And down it goes. He spills it. Oh, Vobsy, to be perfectly honest, I wouldn't be concerned, because if this is what the Knights dish up against the Roosters, they are going to get eaten up. The Knights have not played well. They've just taken advantage of a really, really disastrous Dragons team. Any other team would be smacking the Knights around here the way that they've played. Any other team. Even the Tigers would be giving them a bit of a touch-up at the moment. Billy Burns, he's trying hard. He's playing well. He's up. He goes again. 10 metres out, fifth and last. Dragons. 17 minutes to go. They stay on the short side. The Knights are all numbered up. They wrap it up. 5 metres out, turnover. Vobsy asks, who has been blessed more this season? Broncos with Suncorp or Knights with scammer calls? Definitely Broncos, because the Broncos have had Suncorp all season long. The Knights have only just been getting piggybacked the last 8 weeks or so. So, definitely, hands down, Broncos and Suncorp. Hands down. A runaway victory, in fact. Because without Suncorp, the Broncos aren't even in the top 4, let's face it. Let's be honest about that. Sorry, Will, but it's true. Without such severe Queensland advantage, the Broncos don't make the top 4. They probably still make the 8, but they certainly don't make the top 4. Whereas the Knights have just been gifted a home final, and that's about it. They're not going to do much beyond that. I mean, they're probably not even going to win the final, no matter who they play, unless it's the Sharks. But that is yet to be determined. They have secured a home final, though, the Knights in 5th spot with a win here against a completely hapless Dragons team. Incompetent doesn't even begin to describe this Dragons performance. I wonder if the Knights actually get a Sunday afternoon final. Is there such a thing? There would be, wouldn't there? One of the games has to be on Sunday Arvo, right? I wonder if the Knights get gifted the Sunday afternoon final. That'll be something very interesting to keep an eye on. $22 points to 6, though. It's been far from convincing, to be honest. The Knights have not played well. They have just been lucky that they've run into a disaster piece of a Dragons outfit. Fifth and last, Gamble's going to run. He's going to put a chip in over the top. It's going to bounce for them. Of course it is. And Campbell on the return. Oh, it's just, there's nothing. There is absolutely nothing not going their way. I don't think I've ever seen a team riding such a big wave of good fortune ever. I mean, this is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Tyson Gamble should be tackled there. He gets away, puts the well, he's offside there, number 14. Riley Jones is offside. I don't think they can come back for this, though, is the thing. I don't think they can come back for this. I don't think the bunker is allowed to intervene for this, are they? Riley Jones is a metre offside. But I don't think they can interject on this. Oh, maybe they can. Maybe they can. Because he was a mile offside there, Riley Jones. Well, I didn't think the bunker was able to interject in that scenario. But there we go. Offside. Try is gone. Penalty Dragons. Can that spark them to life for the final 13 minutes? That try is scrubbed out, justifiably so. 22 points to 6 it remains. Penalty Dragons. They kick it into touch. They will have a full set of 6, potentially, inside Knights territory. Lomax taps and goes on his own. 13 minutes, 45 seconds left in the game. Yes, I believe so, Vopsy. If not last year, certainly at some point prior. He did. At the back to Amon. To Sully. Sully is wrapped up. Taken. 12 out from the line. Dragons. A couple of tackles left. Amon. To Bellin. To Hunt. Just feeding it through the line. Sloan cut out pass. Ravalawa scores in the corner. Ravalawa scores in the corner for the Dragons. It's gone up as no try. Ravalawa doesn't seem too confident, actually. He's off balance, Ravalawa. He's very close to the sideline. And that's a try. Ravalawa has scored. Here we go. Bring on the comeback. Bring on the comeback. Ravalawa has scored in the corner. The Dragons are back. 13 minutes to go. 12 points the difference. Kick to come. Ravalawa with an absolute miracle try. That is a miracle try. And we are still game on here. $22.10 conversion to come. Keep Lomax away from everything, goddammit, Vobsy. Everything. Keep him away from the conversions. Although here he is. Lomax moves in, strikes it. It's on target. Zach Lomax has entered the building. 22 points to 12. 12 and a half minutes to go. 10 points the difference. Unbelievably, this game is not over yet. Incredible to think. Absolutely amazing to think that they are still in this game. Twelve and a half minutes to go. 10 points the difference. There is just a little glimmer of hope left in this game. Dragons take the kickoff. Obvious to say that they need to be the next to score. They have to score all the points from here on in. The Dragons. Hunt with the short ball. Nearly through the gap goes Dan Russell. Dallin playing the Isaiah Yo role, but not playing it as well, it must be said. Sloan up over halfway for the Dragons on tackle 4. Amone running across field. Hunt is there. Puts the grubber kick through. Hunt chases himself. It bounces up. He's got support from Amone. Support from Sloan. Fires it back. Amone's been taken out, and that should be a penalty right in front. Amone's been taken out. 10 in the bin for Lockie Miller. What a game changer. Lockie Miller is off for 10. Amone was tackled without the ball. If he catches that, he potentially scores. Are we looking at potential penalty try here? The Knights are challenging the penalty in the sin bin. I can't understand why, because that is the most clear-cut thing you will ever see. Well and truly, Miller has seen it. He's got plenty of time to pull out of that. And he's carried on with the tackle. That could even be a penalty try. This is penalty try range here. I mean, it won't be, but it could be, is all I'm saying. And the challenge is burnt. There is still 11 and a half minutes left in this one. This game is not over. Tackle 1, 2 meters out. This game has just suddenly got a new lease of life. Here come the Dragons. Amone to Hunt. Holds it up for Sloan. Sloan steps. Best puts him down. Shack of Hearts says there should be a rule preventing teams from challenging foul play. Amone goes on his own. Nearly breaks through. Tackle 3. 5 out from the line. Here the Dragons. Opportunity knocking to Bellin. It's been lost forward by the Knights, and the Dragons will get a full set of 6. 10 and a half minutes to go. Jordan Stevens, ahoy there, mate. Mel says she might tell you about it on Discord, Will. Join in, then join in our chats. Join in on our chats. Knocked down by the Knights, saves a try, but gives the Dragons a full set of 6. The pressure is still on. Watch them break left here. The Dragons, and they do. Amone. They numbered up well there, scrambling. The Knights. 10 out here. The Dragons still on the attack. Molo charges forward in front of the posts. Tackle 2, 10 out. To the right they go. Amone to Hunt. Flat pass to Lomax. Beats 1. Oh, they just swarm all over Zach Lomax. Drive him backwards on tackle 3. Hunt. Oh, Dallin has just dropped it cold. Dallin has just dropped the game. Jack Dallin has quite honestly just dropped the game. Uncontested. Jack Dallin. Hang your head in shame, you great big goof. Jack Dallin has just snuffed out the Dragons' comeback there, I'm afraid to say. The game was potentially still in the balance. A complete and total unforced error from Jack Dallin. And that has just sucked the life out of the stadium. Eight and a half minutes to go. What a very different tale it could have been if they scored there, the Dragons. 22, 16, potentially 18. That was a huge mistake from Jack de Belin. And now de Belin's given away the penalty. Jack de Belin has now doubled up on his error and given away a penalty. He has single-handedly just thrown this game away in the back end. Jack de Belin. He made the error and now he's given away the penalty. And he has been immediately hooked from the field. de Belin, oh, he's off for a HIA. And the Dragons have just fallen to pieces here. It was on. The comeback was well and truly on, and then Jack de Belin went and got involved. Threw it away single-handedly. And now the Knights should cruise on in for the next 7.5 minutes and just control this contest. I blame de Belin. There is only one person to blame right now, Vobsy. And very lucky for Zach Lomax, it's not him. Fifth and last now, the Knights. They can just run this clock down. They're at the right end of the field. Well, as a matter of fact, there'll be a penalty here. Oh, somehow penalty not called. We are going to have a look, though. Oh, God. If Newcastle get awarded a penalty try, then the conspiracy is official. Honestly. If the Knights are awarded a penalty try here, then the fix is well and truly in by the NRL. I mean, penalty, absolutely. But penalty try? Okay. Common sense prevails. Maybe they take the 2 here. Take the 2. Oh, they are taking the 2. With 6.5 minutes to go, they are taking the 2. Tyson Gamble puts it over. The Knights have secured 5th, and that pretty much organises everything. For Canberra tomorrow, the Raiders, it's simple. If they win, they leapfrog the Sharks and the Roosters into 6th spot and earn a home final. That's all that's really to play for tomorrow. A home final. Short kickoff taken down by Dominic Young. 5.5 minutes to go. Both teams a man down. And yes, unfortunately, this result is kind of nullified tomorrow. In the sense that, yeah, it's pointless. The Raiders can win a home final against the Sharks. Forward pass here for Newcastle. 4 minutes, 45 to go. The Dragons, they had their chances, didn't they? They've only got themselves to blame. They have had their chances well and truly. They could not take advantage of them. Four and a half minutes to go. The Dragons had their opportunity. They let it slide. Jack de Belin, you can't blame him for the 80-minute performance. But boy, wow, and now coughing it up, Moses Suli. Oh, dear. What an abs... You know how I always say, like, at the back end of a game, as here goes Dom Young. Dominic Young has been flipped over. How has he got that ball down if he has? That is the most miraculous finish you will see to a try-scoring opportunity. If Dominic Young has put this ball down, how has he got that ball down? How is it physically possible? How is this physically possible if he's done it? But you know how, as we watch this replay, surely he has not got that ball down. I say that teams, it's one of my sayings, is, you know, he's got it down. I can't believe that he scored that try. Wow. Try confirmed. Dominic Young can't keep him off the scoreboard. You know how I always say at the back end of a game, like, whoever the team, insert team name here, they've got their finger dangling over the self-destruct button. It's just hovering over the self-destruct button. They're just one error away from pressing that button. Well, it was a little bit different tonight because the Dragons, they had their finger hovering over that self-destruct button. They retracted it, but then suddenly out of nowhere, they went, you know what? Bang, 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 bang. Smacked the absolute bollocks out of it repeatedly and threw any chance of a comeback. Taking self-destruction to a brand new level here tonight, the Dragons. Mel says, Dan, please explain to our old boy Will how your Discord works. Well, first of all, Will, right above your last comment, Chuggy has invited you and everybody to join our completely free Discord server. You click on that link or press on that link, tap on it if you're on the phone, and that should take you, if you have the application installed, that should take you directly through to the Intoxigamer Discord server, which is where we all hang out after the games and whatnot. So once you're over there, how does it work on the phone? Because on the desktop, it's on the left-hand side. I can't actually say for certain where it is on the phone. Let me have a look. So once you're actually in there and you've joined in, okay. On Discord, you will see you should have at some point the hamburger menu. You know, the hamburger menu, the 3 bars in the top left. All right. if you're actually in the server, you'll see my cartoon there and the ahoy, right? So I'm assuming that that's where you are already. That menu in the top left should open up a whole list of different channels. Now, in those channels, there's dedicated chats. So you've got the NRL chat there for the Western World of Sports, right? You've got a rugby chat for the Rugby World Cup coming up, and so on and so forth. Watch games live. That's where people are in there at the moment, checking out the video footage of the actual live coverage right now for those who don't have access to the game. So if you generally just hang around the lobby and the chat, the main chat, or the NRL chat, if you can find your way into either of those, we'll be able to guide you through the rest of the process for any other processes, as Dominic Young has potentially scored a second miracle try. I think he has. 2 miracle tries from Dom Young to finish this game for Newcastle. A disastrous finish for the Dragons. A disastrous finish, officially knocking me out of the Western World of Sports tipping contest for season 2023. Disappointing, to say the least. The old Panthers doing well, though. The old Panther out on top of the leaderboard at the moment. Ah, well, the Knights are getting dumped out in week 1 of the finals regardless. Inside the last minute, Lockie Miller hooks this across the face of goal. 42 seconds to go in this game. I think we can officially tap out. I mean, honestly, my voice is completely shot to pieces. I am completely ruined. 3 games today. 3 games since 3 o'clock. I've been going for 6.5 hours. Wow, 6.5 hours. What a disappointing end to it all it's been with this game. I suppose I can hold on for 39 more seconds. It's not really worth it, though, is it? Scrum down here. Dragons will get the last play of the game for what it's worth. Yeah, bollocks to it. I can't do it. I can't even get through 20 more seconds of this garbage that the Dragons have dished up tonight. Wasted World of Sports, thank you so much. What a huge afternoon it's been. 6.5 hours I've been going for. The Knights have won themselves a home final. Going to be a very interesting week next week. Hey, if you figured out Discord, we'll see you on Discord after this. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it, as always. And I'll catch you next time. Yes, there's game over here. The Knights have won and secured their home final. Oh, wow. I'm exhausted. 3 games in a row. 6.5 hours. Catch you all next time. Thank you and cheers. His ass is hanging out as he makes a break up field. Step stepping back. Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Cameron Munster's now putting his balls in Nick Meaney's face.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.